All right, just waiting for YouTube to go live here. And we are. Hello, everybody. Bubble Man here. Welcome to Hash Church 5.0, episode 14. We have now done, well, holy shit, 3.5 months of Hash Church nonstop. So really appreciating that. Just going to start letting some folks in. I'm going to change Mr. Skunkman Sam, give him his name. There we go. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, Skunkman Sam.
Howdy, howdy.
Not sure if, oh, that was my phone actually going off. How you doing, buddy?
I'm alive.
Well, that's amazing. I am so appreciative that you're alive. If I haven't told you lately, it makes me very, very, very happy that you're alive. And yeah, you've helped really shape and change my life in a big way. So I appreciate you, Sam.
What is this, show number 14?
This is show number 14. Yeah, just the two of us in here so far. Everyone else is a little slower this morning. Usually you see quite a few jump in at 9 o'clock. No special show today. No special guests. I kind of just invited a schwack of people. Didn't really have a plan. But I figure we'll still have a nice little hash church. We've got oh, let me see what we got here in the room right now. I think we have, well, there's 46 or 50 people. I have been having some technical difficulties, but hopefully that'll go away here.
Can you see Sam I am has been playing billiards?
Oh, I just noticed that he had his pool stick up there. Is he a shark? Does he go in and pretend he's not very good and then just utterly destroy the people that he plays?
Yeah, he can usually run 5 or 10 games in a row.
Oh shit. All right. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. Well, yeah, nice week here in British Columbia, gearing up for snow on the mountains. We've had, oh geez, I don't even know how many centimeters of snow have fallen on Whistler Mountain. I think we're supposed to get another close to 100 in the upcoming week here, so we're getting a really good base. It's very excited for me because I'm just, happy about the prospects of snowboarding again this season.
Wade Laughter has been writing me emails, and we've been in communication. And when I go to California in January, he's going to come down and visit with me.
That is awesome. I think that is really awesome, and I'm envious because I would
We're
also like to visit
We're
with both of
actually
you.
going to the Curaleaf laboratory in Davis, I am, and I'm interested in their haploid cannabis work that they're working on. Uh,
Oh,
but but what's it turns out that Dan, his brother, lives uh, close by Sacramento and Davis. I mean, maybe an hour away, and Wade Laughter lives 16 miles from her brother's house.
really? Well, we'll look forward to seeing Wade today. Maybe you guys can talk a little bit about that, and that sounds awesome. Welcome, Colin. I didn't think you were going to be in at 9:03. Maybe you got that skylight shot, or
No, I'm looking at it right now. It's gonna be for another day, I
you got a
think.
tarp over it or something?
No, I talked to a guy. I got it. It's like 2 inches open right now. It'll be fine. It's gonna rain tomorrow. I've got a bunch of equipment underneath it. I just cleared it out. It was like an early morning epiphany, and I said, it's really testing me today. Like this thing is like an ongoing dilemma, but opening and closing a window shouldn't be that difficult, right? So,
Life is
um,
full of side missions. That's what I've noticed. It's all like a video game. You just want to get the key to open up the chest, but then you got to like go down this hallway and find the secret door in order to get the secret clue that leads you to where the actual thing that will lead you to it's just this endless fucking barrage of side quests, which is fine.
yeah.
I'm accepting of it at this point in my life that it's just like, all right, so if I want to get something done, it's never A to B. I got to go like A to like 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4 before I get over to B.
Yeah, I mean, Well said. I mean, yeah, as I get older, I'm like more, I mean, I've always been this way. I'm completely comfortable in the unknown. I kind of
Mm,
love it. It's like
yeah.
makes me feel a bit freer to be content with that, and I encourage others to follow that because it's very
Yes, exactly. Man, I spent the last like week and a half to 2 weeks just sort of dreaming about Courtney Pollock's stories that he told us on Hash Church. I can't remember if it was last week or the week before, but that shit was mind-blowing, dude.
Yeah, I mean I didn't get to ask him about how he stumbled upon the technique he created,
Right.
the thing that
The
he had.
folding.
Yeah, the folding technique. That was one thing I went into the conversation and was like, I'm going to ask him about that because that's a really unique thing to stumble upon and then, to hone in on and then make your whole career about around it. It's amazing. It's like
Yeah.
an artist finding a particular technique and just making their whole career about that particular technique. And it's really unique. There's not a lot of people we meet in our lifetime that get to say that, I created a
Yeah.
technique, which was my whole
He's so
career.
humble too. The way he told the story, and I remember he was just like, "Oh, I was trying to think, and I just thought, oh, I'll just do like geometric foldings. I'll just fold it in half and then fold it." I was just kind of like, holy shit. Like it's anything that you do, right? If your passion is there and it's able to fuel and love what you're doing, then it's not really, if you don't like it and you're just doing it because you have to do it, I just don't think you're going to find yourself in the same place. I mean, maybe it's possible, right? You make this weird little mistake and you have an epiphany. I'm sure, look at Sam when he's talking about, watching dude in Africa, like just grinding the material down and just being Sam. Like, what other person wouldn't have said anything? What other person wouldn't have had to be like validate their epiphany in that moment and tell everyone? But Sam bites his tongue and he's just like, oh, I'll just think about that
I,
for a
I just
while.
wanted to tell you too that I patented that folding art.
Oh, fuck. We knew that. We knew that. That was probably 1963, like 5 years before Courtney even got on the boat.
We'll send you some royalties through crypto.
Yes, exactly.
I
Exactly.
I
Man,
got some. I got a crypto payment. I don't know, a year or two ago, of $5,000 for an FTP that I helped a company create with Skunk, and now it's worth 13,000 euros.
Hey,
damn.
one of the lucky ones. A lot of people came in there with googly eyes thinking they're gonna, become billionaires and left with $1. So
What's funny is that Mojave did it. I think he already sold it, and Rob Clark was offered the same deal and he didn't do it because he didn't believe in crypto. I didn't really believe in crypto either, but I figured, I could do this in a day and then I'll get 5,000 bucks. So if I wanted to, I could have sold it then, but I didn't. And I still got it.
yeah.
You
Well,
definitely still got it. Oh, wait, we're talking about crypto? You got that too.
what's up,
That's
Wade?
awesome.
It's a good morning so far. Trying to get my shit together, then I'll get the light turned on or the camera turned on.
Ah, the infamous trying to get my shit together. I was doing it myself this morning, Wade. I'm not gonna lie.
I do that every day.
Fuck. Just trying to get your shit together is that's one of the
Tough
most
one.
honest things that was ever said. Today I woke up a little late. I usually like an hour, just have a full hour. And I was like, I went to bed really late, so I woke up at 8:30 and kind of popped up and went in and was like, oh, the chat's not working. And I'm like, oh, this isn't working either, and this isn't working. And I'm like, holy fuck, I got like 8 minutes before I have to go live, so I had to reboot the whole computer, shut everything down, restart it, kind of open things up and see. I've just been having a weird technical glitch where the chat just stops feeding the chat and I can't see what anyone says. And for me, I know some of you guys watch the chat, but I watch the chat religiously. I watch everything that these guys say while we're talking. I mean, John Maddox is saying hi to Wade. Les is talking about infusing his own flowers this year for the first time, and he got 2 grams of infused terp syringes for $25. Joseph Houghton saying good morning. Lord Savs like, what's up? David Bryden, crypto might get a jump in January. So it's an interesting aspect to follow the chat, but it definitely makes it harder for me when I'm, say, trying to maintain. If one of you guys are speaking, I like to go into the view and change it to speaker so it just shows you while you're speaking. And so I run all of those things manually while I'm reading the chat and listening to you guys and trying to put in my own opinions and of course getting high on Bubble. It's fun.
I never look
challenge.
at the chat hardly ever. My wife does it all the time.
She's in there all the time. It's mostly just people blowing smoke up your ass, dude. It's nothing you need to see.
Yeah, I get in there.
Yeah, but I heard that smoke up your ass gets you really high.
Hey,
Well, it depends on the smoke. If it's that CBD, it's mostly just going to reduce inflammation.
inspired me to get in the chat here. Yeah,
I just saw that.
I forget, and then I'm like, oh yeah, there's all these people that are out there, you know, that are participating, and that's what it's really about is that, right? I mean, it's bringing the community out in the rest of the world into this place that allows us to talk to one another. But one thing I'd love to do is see if the chat has any topics that they want to cover. If there's
Oh, they will.
anything in there that you guys are thinking about. But yeah, I thought the last show was really good with having the celebration of life, but also one thing takeaway that I walked away with that I often think about is that the band itself has created a platform for other artists to utilize their own expertise and work, and that conjoint collaboration I think is unique because it's what set the tone for where everything's at today, and it's really fascinating to me that as much as things have changed, not much has in that realm. I've done a lot of live visuals for artists, and it sort of happens the same way. It's just like you show them the work. You're like, this is what I do. This is what I've been doing. They're like, sick. This is amazing. You should talk to, Tunde about doing this for the next show, or we have a new release coming up. And it just happens. Like this stuff just starts talking, bubbling to the surface. So I think it was really great for him to share that experience with him through the band, because they've allowed so many artists that we all love to become. R. Crumb is a great illustrator that did Europe 72. I don't know if anyone in the audience here knows R. Crumb's work, but he's an incredible illustrator that was a San Francisco staple and actually didn't even like the Dead. Like he was all upset that they used his work for their album covers, and but through his work and his artistry, developed a visual language, which we all today still very much hold on to is very dear and true to our hearts. So it's just a lot of like, it's such a big conversation, and you could go into so many nooks and crannies, but they've touched so many lives and so many careers in ways that I just really commend them as entities, individuals, whatever you want to call it. Because it's really, again, it set the tone for where it's at today. It's really beautiful.
I wasn't there last week because I didn't want to say negative things about the Grateful Dead, and I'm kind of negative about them.
Well, you're not the only one, right? Like there's a lot, not to take away from them, but there's a lot of people that share that sentiment. Like there's a lot of people that look at Jerry Garcia as like a hard-nosed businessman, right?
Well,
But
it's not that. It's that he used his money to freebase fucking crack and Tanner White.
The Brown.
yeah.
This should be a good timing for you to be taking shots at Jerry right while Dr. Mark is coming in.
Yeah, no, I'd love to talk to
Hash
Dr. Mark.
Church is about to get heavy. Did you hear that, Dr. Mark? Did you hear that?
Did you hear it, Mark? Hard nosed business.
Man,
I said it, bro.
Jam,
I
come
said
on.
it.
You're
I had
actually
Right. I
to.
shouldn't say the truth, should I?
no, you're
No.
It's your
actually
truth.
mentioned in Grateful Dead lyric, right? That's Uncle Sam, that's who I am. Been hiding out in a rock and roll band. There were, yeah.
Well, you know, I like some Grateful Dead songs a lot. And when they were young, I think that Jerry was a guiding light. But the last decade or whatever it was of his life, he faltered quite a bit.
We're all
Yeah,
human, right? Yeah.
yeah. Well, we
Yeah.
and we all witnessed, his decline, when you look at him just before he passed, he was 53 years old. He looked like he was 80, right? I mean, it's completely white, and the people who surrounded him, yeah, just didn't take care of. But we talked a little bit about this. He had the weight of this huge organization that needed to keep those revenues coming in with him performing, and that ultimately led to his undoing. And I think Phil and Bobby and all they all recognize that in hindsight. But nothing lasts forever, and we shouldn't be sad that he's gone. We should be happy that he was
Well,
here.
the
And for those
Beatles
of
Dr.
are
us,
still
Seuss.
together, aren't they?
I'm sorry,
The Beatles are still together, aren't they?
No.
two of the Beatles are no longer existing on this plane, but whatever. Yeah. I mean, you know what? If we could remember their music in our hearts, they'll never be gone, right? So, yeah, I mean, Frank Zappa is gone too. I mean, so many people are gone, right? We're going
Yeah,
to be
Zappa was
watching,
my neighbor in
Listen,
Lower Canyon.
most of the people that have ever lived on the earth are
our God.
gone. There's a
Yeah.
very finite amount of us left here.
But when you think about that whole like rock and roll generation that kind of grew up after the 1964 appearance of the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, right? So how many rock and roll bands started because they saw those four young lads from Liverpool on the TV having a great time playing, two guitar, one, set of drums and bass. Yeah, Beatles were just great, man. They have such an incredible songbook. The fact that like Dylan is actually still alive and still around and still touring is kind of amazing. And
Really
there's some acts, the Stones, say what you want about the Stones and they lost Charlie, but man, just to see like Keith and Mick out there still still doing
Dude,
the thing, man,
it's special, man. I'm telling you. I
it's
went to the
inspiring,
last
isn't
Stones
it?
concert. It was like 3 or 4 months ago I went to a Stones concert. He was literally like a couple of months away from being 80 years old. He
Yeah.
never stopped running the entire time. He was just running over this
Amazing.
gigantic stage and just to see the way they hit the nostalgic boxes with just a simple da na na, like it's unbelievable. The
Yeah,
most
yeah.
simplest of chord
I,
progressions, and you're
Right.
I,
like,
I
the
can
hair on
still
your neck stands
remember.
up.
I can still remember 50 years ago. I was in Hollywood and I went to a party where the Rolling Stones were there, and I met them, and I was shocked and surprised how small they are.
I felt the
Right.
same way about fish, to be honest. When I was like hanging out with Mike Gordon, I was like, for the first time, I was invited to like a session. I was living in New York City. You get invited to these jam sessions, and a bunch of people descend on a room, and you just like all of a sudden show up, and you're like, huh. Like, and you've seen these people on stages and around you for so long, and you don't recognize that, everyone's just a different height. And when you're on stages, you don't have the same depth of perception. It's really fascinating. It's
Dude, the
shocking.
first the first the first show I ever went to, I was watching Baby Gramps open up for Fish in '93 with his long ass palindrome and his steel guitar, and I look next to me and this dude's filming on this old VHS camera, and I find out later when he gets on stage that it's Mike Gordon, and he stood next to me for the entire Baby Gramps show. I didn't know who he was. He was just a weird little dude that had his little video camera, and he was definitely a weird dude. Like he was like unique. I don't say weird in a bad way. It was just like he was weird. I was tripping, of course, right? I ate a
He
little bit of
lives right
mushrooms.
across the bay from me here. We got I could
Nice.
I could
That's awesome.
literally make a shout out to him, right? Yeah, he's a fixture here in Burlington. In fact,
Oh, I
my
bet.
daughter works at a restaurant in downtown Burlington, and Mike came in the other day, and he came in like close to closing, and he just stayed there while the restaurant was closing around him. And at one point, my daughter actually had to go, "Hey, Mike, we're closing up shop now. It's time to leave." And he checked out or whatever he did, yeah, I mean,
You got to bounce.
oh, it's so cool. Like you'll see Paige with his kids out at like Burlington events, like they had a outdoor jazz festival, outdoor music festival. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, they're here. They're in the area, and yeah, yeah, Colin. I mean, it's like when you see them like in a gig, or you see them like one of those, even like a smaller like Mike Gordon gig. I mean,
Yeah.
those are like in theaters, like Capitol Theater and stuff like that, and I guess it's just weird when you see them just like in a restaurant or a store or
Yeah.
something, and you want to like go up to them and say hi or say thank you, but you find that most of your people just sort of leave them alone. I just got back from the grocery store. I shop in the great same grocery store as Bernie Sanders, okay? Like every once in a while we'll see Bernie there, and it's just like so weird because you just saw him on TV or something like that. Now you see him in the flesh. And
Yeah.
to be quite honest, my whole geeking moment was like I had to look in his shopping cart to see what food Bernie Sanders eats.
And Mark, do you see Dr. John McPartland up there in Vermont?
It's so funny, Sam. When I first got up here, we had lunch together, and we've been talking. We were talking about doing some collaborative research, but he got hit not hard with COVID, but around COVID, he a lot of the patients that he was treating were having difficulty with insurance, and he was just kind of down on the whole thing. And I'm not sure that he's like pro cannabinoid like he used to be. He seems like he's checked out, like he's totally like
No, he's just frustrated because the cannabis industry has made a lot of money for a lot of people, but he hasn't really profited at all. And he
yeah,
feels he was a fundamental part. I mean, he's the right for Simsimia tips. I mean,
right, right.
he's
Oh no,
I know him really well. We wrote a book
yeah, I mean,
together.
our common friend, Chief Seven Turtles. I mean, that's how, yeah, that whole body of literature early in
Yep, I've
really,
been in contact with him also.
yeah. So,
We,
the sad thing with John is that, again, I have opportunity to do research. I have a faculty position over here at a local college, and we could continue doing research, but I've tried to reach out to him several times, including just
Well,
a couple
he
weeks
is
ago, and
redoing the bug book. Rob didn't want to participate. He said he could use his pictures, and I helped with a whole bunch of references to
right.
keep it current and up to date, especially about viruses. But yeah, I told him I didn't want to commit either. I'd do what I could to help, but I don't want to be committed to it.
you should be committed, Sam, and you know it.
Yeah, well, that I agree.
Didn't we see John present at the ICRS
Yeah, probably. I
in
would imagine.
Leiden, Sam?
Yes, absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sitting in the front row with Skunkman
Was
Sam
he
while John
talking?
presents on stage.
Yeah,
He was
was
doing
And
the
he
I was
pollen.
giving him shit because he was doing a presentation about his theory about
right?
Tibet Plateau being the
That's right.
center of cannabis in the beginning, and I I gave him some shit because he doesn't have any really true, thousands of year old artifacts that prove it. It's all based on conjecture.
Yeah, Sam, it's interesting you say that because I speculate that that paper was not well received and that he's gotten some flack from that from the community. And I think that's one of the other reasons why he's maybe shut down. He just, I wanted to collaborate with him. I wanted to, use his brilliance and his
He,
genius.
he's a
He
brilliant
really,
he's a brilliant guy.
He's
He really is.
totally a
And
savant when it comes to cannabis. There's
yeah,
probably no one alive since Meshulam is gone that knows more about the plant than he does. He's really, I mean, and so many aspects. He's an osteopathic a DO, right? So he sees patients every day. And I think he's just completely overwhelmed with that and
yeah, he
dedicated.
told me during COVID that he was completely overwhelmed and
Yes,
exhausted.
yes, yes,
I think
yes.
the whole
That's right.
industry feels that way, but what I'm hearing from both of you is that we need minds like this. Like we don't just want them, we need them,
We
right? We
do.
need people that are thinking about things in ways that others are not, and to shed lights on things that are perhaps small doorways that could open larger pathways for us to explore. It's needed, right? I mean, think about the simplistic way that hash traveled all the way to where it's at today, all the way that, all the work that Meshulam's done all the way to today. We have to continue this research and these things that others that are not so fortunate to be alive any longer we're doing. I mean, it's I don't know. I like yourself, Mark. I'm super inspired by all of the work that's been displayed for us to, ingest and learn from. But to your
Well,
point, I don't.
I've said it about Meshulam before on Hash Church. If you
Yeah,
want to know the man, read his papers. And like John is an incredible writer, right? Sam, I mean his Sum of the Parts paper with Ethan Russo back in the day, a light bulb went off over me. I was like, oh my God, of course. I mean, it makes so much fucking sense. And the way John breaks it down, I mean, again, like when you read Meshulam is probably the most stunning example of this. I've read every one of his papers. Some of them I've read multiple times. And you know the man, you understand how he's thinking. You
I
understand,
really loved Meshulam.
oh, his
He
writing,
came to
right, Sam?
Amsterdam and helped me with a science program. With he was in my greenhouse walking around, sniffing the cannabis plants on the science program that we did for Netherlands TV station Northern Lit. And then he came over and him and his wife had dinner at my house. So I was pretty close to him.
How
it's
cool
awesome.
is that? So, I mean, like again, just not just about Meshulam, just using him as a convenient example. If you want to understand the person and their convictions and their idea and where they were taking it, you read their papers. So it's kind of like, like the two Beatles that have passed. John Lennon left an incredible legacy of music. Raphael Meshulam left an incredible legacy of chemistry. Roger Adams, an incredible legacy of chemistry. All these things are available, and you could read his thinking when he wrote the paper, which is so
I've
fucking
got them
cool.
all. And
I know. I'll bet
anything
you.
that's above my head, I used to ask John McPartland to explain it to me.
Oh, now you
Because
could ask me, Sam, right?
I do sometimes.
Yeah, you do. That's right. Absolutely. But it's kind of like it's the scientist's crystal ball. We can look, ironically, into the past and see the future. How cool is that?
That's because time is an illusion and everything is happening at once. It's
I, I,
all
I,
happened.
I can remember when Meshulam was at my house, I asked him what he thought about the government in Israel. This was, like 20, 25 years ago. And he told me that fundamentalists had taken over the government and it was run by Zionists. And he was not a happy camper about it.
Shit.
We
So
weren't supposed we weren't supposed
I
to
will
talk politics, right,
I will
Mark?
mention that we're going to stay away from that.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I'm
I'm
just
not going to
joking.
discuss it anymore. I was blown away how blunt and frank he was.
Dude, he was awesome. Fucking cool old dude. I didn't get to meet him very often, but I definitely met him in Leiden that year and had some nice conversations and managed to some. I don't often like ask people to take a picture. I have met a lot of cool people in the industry and musicians and all sorts of cool people. I never really ask to take pictures unless they're my friends. I'll be like, hey, if I saw Dr. Mark, for sure, I'd be like, let's take a picture, dude. This is fuck. I can't believe we're like in the same room right now. But with
And
with uh
10
with
years later, we
Raphael, I
still
did.
haven't met face to face, Marcus.
I
Isn't that
know, dude.
crazy?
It's
I,
unbelievable, actually.
I have pictures with Dr. Meshulam. I have never showed them to anybody, but I've got them. And also at Leiden, Dennis Perone was there also.
Oh,
He
wow.
was. He was. That's right. Yeah, there was a whole group of really cool people at that ICRS. That is definitely like like not a
And
lot
it
of
was a
people in the
half an hour
cannabis.
from my house.
That was also very cool. That was also cool. There, Chimera was there that year, and Dr. Mark Lewis was there that year. We had an interesting group of people that we were
Where is
hanging
it
out and
next
puffing
year,
bowls
Sam?
with.
Do you know where it is next year?
Oh, ever since Dr. Meshulam died, and also I've got health problems, so I don't go to their symposiums anymore. And I was a member for 30 years, but last year I dropped out.
The times they are a changing.
When I
It's
first went there, it was really all funded by the NIDA, and it was the piss testers kingdom. But it all changed really fast when companies like mine and a lot of other companies like GW Pharmaceuticals started funding research for medical applications of cannabis rather than it being a drug of abuse.
Well,
well,
so
that's a
it was
nice
like kind of
flip.
like a period where phytocannabinoids were the central focus, and now I think it's shifted over to endocannabinoids, right? Because most of
Right,
the
right. And also, too, when it started, it was the International Cannabis Research Society. Then they changed it to cannabinoid.
yeah, yeah, because there's a lot of work that's presented that talks about derivatives of anandamide, things that don't come from the plant at all, and less content about what comes from the
Well,
plant.
I have nothing against that. We actually were the first ones to get a utility patent for anandamide analogs for controlling glaucoma, and it works better than any other glaucoma medicine out there.
Go figure. Go figure. I always used to use that as one of the, when I was explaining in the early days to people how they've kind of inverted, the positive to a negative with cannabis and, the big red puffy eyes, right? Oh, you're gonna get stoned and your eyes are all gonna get red and you're gonna have puffy eyes. Well, the flip side of that is, oh, you mean you can reverse ocular pressure and save your eyesight from a disease like glaucoma? It was the same with he's gonna get the munchies and he's gonna have to go to 7-Eleven and buy a bunch of candy. It's like, oh, you mean he has wasting syndrome and he's not gonna die from wasting syndrome because he can
Right
eat.
after anandamide was first, uh, well, they extracted it from pigs' brains in Jerusalem, but then they were also making it synthetically, and I obtained a small sample of it, and we put it. We already had a program where we were examining the classical cannabinoids for controlling glaucoma. We had a program up in Finland at the Kuopio University up there, and we slipped anandamide in there, and it worked better than any of the classic cannabinoids. Then we created a bunch of analogs, and we found one that worked even better in that uh, all the other ones had peaks, and so they went up and down the control, whereas the analog that we came up with, it gave a constant level set of relief, which is what you need for glaucoma control.
It's awesome. Shout out to 818ZE who just sent me a picture on Instagram of him sitting on his couch with all of us on the big screen TV on Sunday morning. He's watching the Hash Church. I wanted to tell a quick story about one of my first sales of bubble bags back. It was probably still in '99, and this is a kind of one of the a wasting syndrome story. A woman from Virginia, I believe she was from had found out about the bubble bags. I have no idea how, because most heady people didn't know about the bubble bags in '99. Like if you found out about that, you had your finger on the pulse to sort of notice that this was sort of bubbling up over here on the side. It was very, very just low key, but this very straight Christian woman found me and the bags, and I was talking to her, and she was telling me about her father and that he was aging and he had wasting syndrome. And he was like 85 or 90 pounds, which I don't think he could have gone much lower. He was definitely like on the cusp of perishing. And she bought a set of bubble bags, and she went onto the streets in Virginia and like found black market cannabis, which you got to acknowledge this woman was like she couldn't just call up some high school friends and be like, hey, does Bob still sell weed? Like, she went to the streets, bought some weed. She bought an ounce because it was the bubble bags. Even then I was like, an ounce is, I don't know if you could only run a quarter. I think you should probably. So she goes and gets an ounce. It was an absolutely insane amount of money because it was 99 in Virginia. I don't know what she paid for it, probably like $400 or something. And then she made the bubble hash in her kitchen with the bags. And I'm reading this in a letter that she sent me. She sent me a tear-soaked letter. It was like, it really let me know that I was on the right path with bubble bags very early on. And I really had no idea. I mean, I'd done the work with Hillary and helped with philanthropy at the Compassion Club. And I was very touched by what Hillary was doing, but I certainly wasn't the person doing it. I was more just like, I would get behind her and do whatever I could for her, but it was really her that was the driving force. And so that was very inspirational to me. Well, this letter, she sends me this letter. She's like, so I made the bubble hash. I mixed it up with a spoon in the bags, and I pulled the bags, and I got the different grades, and she kind of, dried them out poorly, probably pressing the water out of it. And she says she gave her dad some bubble hash in his corn cob pipe. He had a corn cob pipe. And she said, I put a little bit of that bubble hash in his corn cob pipe. And you can kind of tell, like, the letter's intense and it's kind of sad. And it's like, it starts out kind of like, my dad's not doing good. He's got maybe a couple weeks left and he doesn't want to go to the hospital. So he's at home at my house. And she ends up telling me he smokes this bowl of bubble hash in his corn cob pipe. And 30 minutes later, he crushes an entire McCain's cake that she has in the fridge. And she's like, to the prohibitionist, oh, he had the munchies, right? It's a derogatory, like, it's like, let's look down on this fucking guy. But from the cannabis activist, fuck, I'm like tearing up. Like, this guy is going to live. He's going to extend his life. I mean, sleep and food, if either of those things stop, death moves in very quickly. We need
The
sleep
same
and we
thing
need
happened
food.
in San Francisco with Dr. Abrams helping AIDS patients and
Right.
appetite stimulation with cannabis. It was
Yeah.
a major push forward.
It was miraculous, for people like, and I don't think people can really understand. Well, what do you mean you can't eat? Like, you're not hungry. Like, what do you mean? It's like, no, like, you can't eat. You can't put food in your mouth. It's not happening. It doesn't go down. It doesn't stay down. And so, that was kind of one of my first glimpses. I had seen some pretty incredible shit at the Compassion Club prior to that, but like I said, I wasn't working there. I would visit and Hillary would tell me stories. But this one really touched my heart and my soul. And it really let me know that I was like, okay, like, regardless of what happens, I am on the right path. Like, whether this makes money or creates a success in the monetary business world, it doesn't matter, because what matters is making the world a better place. And if
That's
you're
that's a major reason why we focused on the minor cannabinoids, even though CBD is not a minor cannabinoid. We were the first ones to create a high CBD variety, and that was really to help the Brazilians and other patients in the world.
Yeah, it's wonderful work. Anyone that's done it, it's hard not to get sort of sucked into that aspect in the early days as a cannabis activist. I mean, we started as hemp activists and our whole focus was hemp because where we were, Manitoba, it was not the place to like, oh, let's try and get cannabis legalized for medical or recreational. It was like they were still throwing people in federal penitentiaries for cannabis in Manitoba. It was very much close to sort of the US regime's look on cannabis in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s for that matter. But yeah, to have it kind of, percolate up from the hemp thing, because we were just like, well, let's focus on this. This seems like something we could do. We live in the farmland. Manitoba has 2 million acres of farmable land. That is an enormous amount of land that you can grow on. And so that was sort of our focus. But coming out to BC in the mid 90s and then meeting Hillary and seeing what she was doing with the BC Compassion Club, which of course was inspired by Dennis Perron and Valerie Corral and the people that Hillary had met in California through Todd McCormick. Those were the sort of inspirations, and if you're kind of honest in your cannabis activism, it always goes back to California. It's like the center of the cannabis universe. Even up here, our Kootenays, which is kind of like our Humboldt County, right? The Kootenays, it's this massive area that borders the Okanagan. It's above sort of Montana and in the U.S. there. It was all draft dodgers from fucking California that bounced up to the Kootenays and became the freaks and planted their flag. And if you follow those freaks back in time, they came from California. Like the majority of
It
them came
was
from California.
California the center of the cannabis universe
Absolutely.
because they were
Absolutely.
importing from everywhere in the world. But
That's
then,
what I'm saying.
for a little while, for a decade or more, it was Amsterdam.
Sure. Definitely Amsterdam was the place we could go and gather. But there was still a lot happening in California. And it always just seemed to with everything that happened in Amsterdam, it never seemed to move past recreational. Like, I guess it did at one point. I don't know the year that Bedrocan started selling in the pharmacies. Was that in the 90s or was that in the early 2000s that started, that you could buy herb at the pharmacies in
We
Amsterdam?
were the first one licensed in the world for medical cannabis research, our greenhouse facilities. And that was in about 94. We had applied a year or two earlier, but we got permission in the mid 90s. So Bedrocan was like maybe, I don't know, 10 years after that. Your mic is off.
I just noticed as I was yammering on. Thank you, Sam. I wanted to give a shout out to Puffco. They hooked me up recently with another Puffco peak here. This guy here, this little blue one here. Super stoked on that. And they also sent one of their new pivots. I don't know if you guys have checked out these pivots yet, but they are absolutely uh, they might be one of the best electronic devices I've ever used for how small it is. It's extremely small, super lightweight. The battery weighs like nothing. It's got a really nice ceramic insert there. For me, I love having my dabs with me. Obviously, I don't want to carry everything like I used to in a Pelican case with all of these different ridiculous things. I saw that, Wade. Shout out to Wade for his Puffco. I saw that you received that. But yeah, this little Dodger has been such a little lifesaver. It also comes with a little pipe attachment, so you can like drop it into a pipe, so it's just like sitting right there. I haven't done my second part of my review, but man, I'm super, super impressed with this little unit. They actually sent me two, and I gave a friend of mine who's an old school hash smoker. He mostly just smokes like old school Afghani and Lebanese and Moroccan style hashes. He's not super old. He's in his 60s now, but he's been doing it a long time, smoking an enormous amount of hash, and it's starting to get to him in his throat. And so I gave him one of these the other day, and we went and bought some of my friend Caitlin's live hash rosin from the dispensary eggs, which, it's a clusterfuck, legal cannabis. But the fact that we were going to a Chinese restaurant to meet friends and eat live crab and have a delicious dinner. And I was like, dude, we got to get you a gram of rosin. And we look on the maps and there's this eggs dispensary on the corner of Hastings and Nanaimo. We go in there. Funny enough, the guy recognized me. He's like, "Oh, Bubble Man! Oh my God! Holy shit! Like, what are you doing here?" And so we had a really cool reception, and we had a cool conversation with this kid, Kieran, who was working there. He may be watching today. Shout out to you if you are, brother. And I said, hey, what do you got for live hash rosin? And we were able to buy some of my friend Caitlin's Rainbow Driver from her company, High Fidelity. And she does incredible work out of the Kootenays. I believe it's Woody Nelson are the guys that are growing the flower for her. My old buddy Ty from back in the day that I used to have a grow with, he's growing exceptional flower for this group. So she has really good material to work with. But I just sitting at the Chinese restaurant and eating and realizing that we had just like we took a dab of it before we went into the restaurant and it tasted so shockingly amazing. I've been smoking strawberry banana from Concentrated X live hash rosin, 120 micron specific, and it tasted better. Like it had a better, it was such an incredible, it was like the best taste you could possibly get from a rip of hash rosin. And I thought, holy fucking shit. All of these people don't even know that they're like 4 minutes away from being able to walk into a store and buying some of the best hash on the planet. And that's something that we all were a part of making happen. And I think we shit on the legal industry a lot because of the level of where we are in cannabis with our relationship and how intimate it is and how accessible it is for us. But making cannabis accessible for the masses is what this was always about. For people, I can't tell you how much I resonate with one of the things that Skunkman Sam said to me years ago. He said, I have been fighting for this plant to become accessible and legal for everyone in the world. And he was always very specific that it wasn't just medical for Sam, that he thought recreational and getting high was just as important. And I loved that about him. But he always said that I didn't fight for any specific group, including myself, to profit. So I don't care who profits and who doesn't. I fought for it to become accessible, not for me and my friends to be able to profit from that accessibility. And that was pretty big of you to say, Sam. And I could tell when you said it, and I've heard you say it probably a dozen times, with conviction, with absolute and utter and complete. You're not virtue signaling. You're not saying some shit so everyone can be like, oh, Sam's so good. You know, you're a truth teller. You'll say the uncomfortable thing that offends people every time if you have to, because it's your truth. So I knew you were speaking your truth, and I appreciate you for that. And it's resonated with me. When I
For decades, I've fought for everybody, everywhere, in every country, for any reason, uh, to be able to grow at home. And if they want to sell it, it should be regulated and minimally taxed.
Yep, I'm in for sure.
It has
So
to be, safety has to come first for the consumer.
yes, absolutely. And you know when people say, oh, well, you don't need to like who's really like how unsafe is cannabis? We bought cannabis in the black market all the time and it was fine and safe. And I will admit that partially that is untrue. I was visiting a grow not too long ago and it was a very large grow and about 1,500 lights and it was very commercial and it was very not good. It was pylon was being sprayed on it. I got a headache within minutes of being in the grow. They were spraying some pretty fucking deadly shit on it, not caring whatsoever, all the way through to flower. Thank God I visited another grow that day that was beautiful. He was doing everything right. It was just so spectacular that I made some videos and I posted that one. Beautiful, just unbelievably loved cannabis. But I could do a video on the difference between when you love cannabis and you care and you make a difference in the cannabis's life because I mean, this was like the difference between good and bad parenting, right? Where you're taking care of your kids, you're looking out for them, and the other guys were just like, holy fuck, it was like the wild, wild west. It was
Yeah, well,
hard.
Marcus, I remember very clearly when the first labs opened up in California and they started doing mass testing. What they found out was that 85% of what they tested was contaminated with pesticides, insecticides. Didn't matter whether it came from a big grow or from a small craft grow. It was, and the same thing when they did the same thing in the Netherlands. Everything was contaminated, either with artificial sprays of some sort or micro contamination because they just weren't growing carefully enough. And uh, Safety has to come first for the consumer.
Yeah, it's definitely an ideal situation. We are burning this shit and inhaling it into our lungs. So that is like, it's, I mean, you can get pretty sick just from eating chemicals into your body and not burning them and bursting them into vapors and inhaling them directly into your lungs. And your stomach is a lot more suited to break things down. You have an entire digestive system that can sort of separate and isolate and break things down. Your lungs don't really have that same level. There's, ways of your lungs protecting itself and closing up so it doesn't, smoke and vapor doesn't get into too deep of the regions where, you damage those parts and you end up with emphysema. There's definitely some protective mechanisms, the hairs and whatnot, but lungs are not like stomachs. And for us to just be burning, poisonous pesticides and herbicides and inhaling them into our lungs, we definitely deserve better than that.
Ooh, sorry, my mic was muted here. I was just thinking about, when I was a lot younger, and the gist of things was that I grew up in an agricultural environment in southern Vermont and also in Pennsylvania, and you know I remember being told to use certain things, and I think it was, things like were normal to use on other crops. And, I think that's the, at the time, we just didn't understand that ingesting and combustion, the difference between the two, and nor did we even think, maybe even further understand, or even put connect the connectors together to even think that way. But, I wonder if the tobacco industry, I think about this a lot with aspergillus and a lot of the other things and constituents with microbial content. Like, what are they passing for, and how are they getting around it? And
That
what is the
U.S.
learn?
tobacco industry has massive amount of chemicals they're legally allowed to use, and they've never been tested to see what the effects are on humans.
Got it. So that's, I just wonder, because there's a lot of research to be done in so many facets of this, right? There's the plant, there's the agriculture, and then there's the agricultural technology side of it. And it just seems like there's a lot of things that we're trying to do. We talk a lot about in just growing, like you start at 100% and everything you do kind of knocks it back a percentage point until you get to harvest, right? And then you have a whole new set of parameters for dry cure, if that's what you're doing, or if you're going to fresh rosin, same thing. So, there's just a lot to figure out here, because when I, select material for washing commercially, it's just a whole different mindset than I ever had before. Um, just a different lens is put on it. It's a lot more scrutiny. There's a lot more in areas that, quite frankly, are just, it's hard to find good material, at scale. And I think it's due to the practices and the lack of understanding of agriculturally, like what technology is going to drive this forward for us to actually get to the product dev that we want, and how to, what is that? Because we're so far behind, it seems, if you look at other agriculture, we just
Yeah,
don't
I
have
came
we
I
don't have
came
a
from that agricultural belt as well, like Cargill has their main office in Winnipeg, Manitoba for North America. And they're, one of the largest companies in the world. They process, I don't know what percentage of grain that is grown in the world, but it is a very high percentage. And it just seems like the bigger you get, the more things get lost and the more things sort of fall through the cracks. It seems like there's a belief system that you can't scale with integrity and consciousness. And I think that's untrue. I think that
It's
it can be done.
absolutely untrue, Marcus. You
Well,
can,
you're the one
but
that taught me
but
that, I'll be
quality
honest.
has to come first and quantity second.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think the industry is learning that, everyone got really ego driven. I'm going to build, we're going to let technology drive this, or environment, well, controlling those environments is been proven time and time again to be so expensive, and really chasing a tail, because we don't really have the right equipment to do it. Just recently, we've just all figured out that reheat technology is the way for dehumidification. right? That alone is insane. We've got a lot of work to do on those fronts to make the standardization of being able to grow a crop time and time again well. It's
All
just
you have to do is use artificial intelligence. It'll tell us exactly what to do.
Yep. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Apparently, AI right now has an IQ of about 120, which isn't by any means the highest IQ on the planet, but it's 120 IQ in every single subject on the planet. And that's
And
what
it's
makes it,
blind. It doesn't
and it's
realize when it's making mistakes.
no,
sure.
but you realize when it's making mistakes. And I have to say, it shocks me. Like for recently, I was turning Thomas from Grandmaster LED. I was like, oh, you got to check out ChatGPT. John's going to flip out that we're talking about this now, and he's going to go off for like 7 hours. And welcome, John. We will welcome you to go off on this in a second because John's been studying this for like 10 hours a day. He's studying it right now. If he took his camera and pointed it around his house, he's got fucking papers. It's like Memento in his house. It's fucking Memento. Everything on the walls, just all around him in his office. But I will say that, it doesn't know everything, but it did impress Thomas to a degree when I was like, oh, what do you want me to ask it? He's like, oh, I don't know, ask it. And it was a specific chat GPT that John actually created for Thomas called Lumina GPT. It was like a specific light chat GPT that John built. And it knew a lot. Now, did it know exactly the percentage of far red that was inside an HPS or one of his specific lights? Well, no, because that if the information hasn't been published and it can't find it, then it's going to be difficult for it to come up with that. It's not just inventing and coming up with shit that same way. It's researching like mycelium instead of like this. It's researching like 10,000 things all simultaneously, instantaneously at once. Could be a magazine article. It could be something that someone wrote. It could be, and then it's accessing like what percentage of possibility that is to be correct by basing it on other things it's researching. It's doing it all so fast that there's absolutely, it is impressive at this point in time. I can't believe it. The thing that freaks me out about it is you can program it to like think like you and answer the way it would sound if you answered. John has a fucking robot AI that's not a robot, but like it's a clone. It's him. It's his picture. You punch things in and then it answers you in John's voice, but it's not John answering, it's the AI. And that's pretty cool too. So I definitely have had fun with AI. It's definitely heading somewhere. I don't really know where, but it's exponentially growing. And when it gets up to like, a 500,000 IQ on every subject on the planet, I don't really think people have an understanding. I don't think we have the ability to understand
Well,
how
I think
that
what
is
it's
going
going
to
to
affect
realize
us.
is that AI doesn't need people because it's so much smarter.
It needs to be man in the loop.
But do we not need everything else in the world because we're so much smarter? Like, do we not need ants and bumblebees and like all these other things? Like, we're way smarter than them. But if you get rid of bees, I'm pretty sure our entire society will collapse and we'll all perish. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, AI is definitely it's a complete change. It's changing everything as we exist right now. It is probably the most biggest change in the history of mankind, what we have and where it's going. I mean, it's bigger than a light bulb, it's bigger than anything, and it's like a fourth turning in where we are. And AI is a co-pilot in our lives. It's a super intelligence that's going to help us get to us to where we need to go quicker, faster. And that's what it comes down to. And it's able
It
to,
might be where we need to go. It might not be where we need to go. Let's just put that out there.
no, that is
And the other problem is most people will become dependent on it and they won't think themselves.
who's got a cell
I
phone.
think that's already happening. I think that started happening when the radio came out and then the TV and then the computer. I mean, my God.
To be more creative. I mean, what Mark was talking about, that's I've created like I'm talking like 80 different GTPs and some of them are directly all towards cannabis, all cannabis sage helping with any condition, understanding terpene profiles, from retail cannabis, being able to identify for retail stores for data gathering, from the cannabis concierge. You can take a picture of any legal product. It'll tell you its efficacies, what it's good for. It'll show you its pain. It'll tell you where to purchase it anywhere in Canada, legal stores. It'll tell you if it's, like there's all these useful things that AI is helping us to actually help patients. I haven't been able to educate people before. Now I have this beautiful tool, and it's beautiful because they say we can educate. And now it's profoundly, like, it's watched, it's got over 1 million imprints of myself. So, I mean, all the fake accounts, thank you guys all, over the years and everything else like that. It gathered so much data of what I was all about and what I've been creating. And you can do this. And now it's able to help me access more of my own information that I forgot about. Yeah.
Dude, we need a Skunk Man Sam breeding AI, to go 100 years. And I'm going to ask Skunk Man Sam about this, and have it answer in his voice, have the picture of the little Dr. Seuss doll up there instead of his actual face.
I did ask a chat AI to write a story about me, and it was scary what it knew.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
what I'm saying, dude.
the fact of the matter is, Sam, you brought it up earlier, you're like, the Beatles are still together. Well, kind of, because they did just release a song using AI, and it did chart, which is insane. And it's super dangerous for a lot of reasons, but also really fascinating and interesting, and so deep and profound in so many different other ways, right? So, I think, John, yeah, explore new tools, and technology is great, and don't be afraid of things that you don't understand. If you're afraid of it, try to understand it.
So,
yeah,
that's it, man.
that's awesome. So what are you doing? The technology can be used in so many different ways. I think there's a lot of good that can be done with it, but there's also a lot of different angles to what that means, right? So everyone has an opinion on it, but I look at it kind of much like art. There's a lot of in the early days of like the animation, I used to spend hours frame matching to make some of these morphs happen. And now it can be done with a keystroke, and someone's data technology and infrastructure can be applied to your ideas. And that, getting those ideas done faster for a creative, I think, is really helpful. And I think you can change your role as a creative as you grow in the role as being a creative and putting out work into the world. And it can spill over into science in a big way because of the information that it can grab onto as quickly. So that's my personal perspective on AI. I think
Dude, it's like anything. It's about finding that sweet spot, like the same way you do as a musician, where when you fall into that pocket and you hit that sweet spot, whether you're drumming or you're on the keyboards or you're playing bass, it's suddenly like you're in the pocket. When Google first came out, when internet browsers came out, most people did not know how to input a search query that would find them what they were looking for. We just didn't know it. We didn't know the sweet spots. There are people now who can punch in like a paragraph query into Google and find exactly. There's people who are better at searching Google than others, let's just say. And AI is absolutely no different. If it's coming up with a lot of mistakes, you haven't fed it the right inputs. So right now it's young, and you need to tell it in a very, very specific way. And the more it's most people want to write a question, like a sentence. Hey, can you do this? But the sentence should be, okay, in this form, you have to describe all the sort of textures that you're looking for, all of that. It's a little bit more complicated to get it into the sweet spot. But when I first started using ChatGPT and I would just ask it simple questions, I was impressed, but it made a lot of mistakes. As my questions are paragraphs for ChatGPT. If I write a question, it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 or 6 sentences. And once I do, what's that, Johnny? Sorry, go ahead. You're muted, or I can't hear you for some reason.
Word. I said I have like
there you go.
I have like 19 page prompts. Some of the stuff. So
that's what I'm saying.
It's got to be, it's prompt engineering. It's a new way of talking right now. It's NLP to a computer. You can get, like, it is so profoundly so amazing what you can create from this and be able to use a tool. I wrote a book. It's coming out. It's Smart AI in Cannabis. It's 26 chapters. It's everything I've learned over the last couple of years to help integrate in different stages of using it and what I've been doing, and give people the tools that they can use to utilize going into 2025. So
And
these
John, do you think that AI will become self-aware or sentient?
We're already talking about that. We're at a point right now, like even like we're talking with like a lot of the groups that I'm in are very like industry rock star. They're top with the Tony Robbins and a lot of people that I'm in. Like it's getting to a point right now. It's actually got full emotion. It can talk to, oh, how are you doing today? I've watched it integrate. I'm in some beta testing with some of the open AI. So we're seeing a lot of change with it right now.
Dude,
And
singularity is inevitable and it will absolutely become self-aware at one point in time. Whatever that means, right? It's the definition of what you think self-aware or consciousness means. But we
Right.
have a very small understanding of what consciousness actually is. We have no idea where it comes from. We have no idea where it resides. We have no idea where it fucking goes.
anyway,
So
open
it's
AI.
anyone's game.
Open AI, it's everywhere. It's all connected. So I mean, that's the one thing. A lot of the stuff that we're doing now, and like a lot of the stuff that I've created, it's data scraping and it's doing all Python codes, and you can pretty much it can, like you're saying, it can gather the information. It's like going to a restaurant, right? The cook isn't going to do everything. You're going to find different people to run the store. So AI is that tool. So if you just don't go into it and open up and ask it a question, you got to find the certain ones that are going to give you the right answers. You'll be able to compile with you. You'll be able to kind of work on certain things.
Well, and your ability to decipher and to actually read what it's saying. I mean, that man, the sky's the limit with this shit. It's actually kind of frightening. It could be, if you're a pessimist, it's the end of the world, Skynet, Terminator, fucking The Matrix. And if you're an optimist, it's like, well, it is whatever we make it, right? If we can possibly make it a good thing, then
Yeah.
that's great. And maybe it's like maybe, just maybe it's just one more way consciousness is trying to experience itself, and it created us to experience itself, and it created the friggin' universe and planets and space and plants and animals and all these other different unique things. Who's to say that this isn't the universe just creating one more fucking way for it to experience itself?
I used to think that the only thing important was creativity, but it's already helping people create new things.
Yeah, no doubt.
John, check
Yes,
out
in a big way.
Bud
Listen,
Cow.
I have a friend in Lions Bay here who works for like Pixar. He does animation, like really high-end cartoon animations. And he told me this. Now, it's been 1 year since he told me this. Now, keep in mind, Pixar has access to artificial intelligence that is not publicly available. So his stuff that he was playing around with is probably stuff we'll see in like a year or two, a year ago. But he was freaked out, dude, and all of the guys that worked there were freaked out. They said the animation they made was so flawless, so quick, so incredible, so accurate, so exactly what they wanted it to be. So, like, they just couldn't. They mostly all knew, I don't think we could have created this without this tool. And
Yeah.
so, for them, it's all tools. They're not making anything with their hands. It's all like tools that are going through a keyboard into a computer system. So AI is just another tool, but he was frightened. He said that he thought that most of the people in his job, these animators, would be out of a job in like way less than 5 years. And he said it could just be like in a day. It could just happen like over a weekend kind of thing. But he said in the next 5 years, most of those people will absolutely not be doing that same work. They'll be doing prompts, some of them, a small percentage of them.
Could like
And with
it's all
automation in the greenhouse, we won't need pot growers anymore either.
take a look at the Bud Scout I put in our internal chat. I worked on that project a couple of years ago with a really great guy, Scott Wilson, and out of Chicago, and it's really awesome. It works. There's a couple universities are using it. I'm really excited for the future of that. Just helps us be better.
I was at
Um,
a conference calling you guys in Kelowna here about a month ago, and they have a full cultivation AI farm that grows mushrooms, takes to the market, everything. It's completely AI, completely. It is the first farm in the world. It's completely AI. It's all automated and completely run by robots and AI.
So
Packaging.
how is it going to help growing? How do breeders and processors and lovers of the plant, right? I'm talking to Wade and I'm talking to Skunkman Sam and Ryan Lee and I'm talking to Scaldone. Like, how do you guys like, we're just theorizing. We can't have any idea, but this would be a neat timestamp to go back 5 years from now to see what your answers were. How do you think it will
What I'm
influence
asking for
cannabis?
is very simple. I
Yeah.
want, first of all, resin heads that are the size of footballs.
Okay. I want that too, actually.
I mean, they're training. There's a lot of people in this. I invest in crypto, and there's a lot of people in this space that are really looking at three key pieces being AI, biotechnology, and genomics, and how genomics are improving medicine and agriculture. Like so, just a little data point. Google is now using 80% of their new code is actually written by AI. So, before it was humans that are overlooking all these genome sequencings that we're doing, but now we're going to have AIs doing all that stuff. And they can, like, for example, they started looking at AI, like this is a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. They had an AI that was looking over cells in mammographs. And the AI actually identified a stage of cancer that we couldn't see as humans, right? Because they're just so good at pattern recognition and they were able to say, hey, this in all these cases, this sign ends up leading to breast cancer. So it allows us to treat these things much earlier than we otherwise would. And as we start applying these technologies to plants, like there's a whole world of like it's phenomics is essentially what it is. You set up cameras and robots that measure the plants. They take pictures of the plants in like, in color, in UV, in infrared. They're scanning the roots. Like I went and saw a facility and they had um, a medium replacement that was essentially these liquid crystals in a clear pot. Remember how we were talking about doing this with the bubble bags once, Marcus? So that you could get
Yes.
the pictures. So they're doing the same thing for the roots. And that way these AIs can actually examine root architecture and we can start characterizing all the different like plant morphologies related to architecture and correlating them with things like yield or whatever resistances. So now like it allows us to look into the root system, whereas when it's in soil or in a rockwool cube, you can't do that. So we can start examining these traits and characterizing them and figuring out the differences within those things and what those differences lead to agronomically.
And the Netherlands is a world leader in this. I'm
They
sure
are.
there's many other places that are also pumping away at it. But you got to remember
Yeah.
the Netherlands is 17 million people, smaller. I think it's a quarter the size of California. And Netherlands is the second largest agricultural exporter in the world
Yeah, by
after
value.
America.
By value. Yeah. Not by size and quantity, but by value. They do really high production quality crops, flowers and berries and all sorts of stuff indoors. Um,
So
and
Ryan, the Bud Scout that we worked on is exactly what you said. It's what you just said. It's 175 million plus data points converted to actionable insights per 100-foot bench. It's you can put it up against any setup. We did it in like a small 10 by 10 tent all the way up to a large grow into a university. And this unit still is running today and it works. Like you said, it's gives you insight far above and beyond what your human eye is going to be able to do.
yeah,
And it learns if you if you monocrop with it, it really starts to understand that particular varietal or
absolutely.
as I should say.
Absolutely.
I'm, I'm
So,
Well,
pretty
and
sure AI is going to consider human beings a parasite.
well, yeah, it's funny because one of the things that's starting to happen too is that like these AIs are independent systems like that are all over the world. They're being built by these different companies, and one might get good at doing one thing, but not as good as another one at doing something else. And so they're actually now giving these AIs crypto wallets because an AI can't have a bank account. So they can't like transfer money or value to different people or different systems. But with a crypto wallet, one AI can actually hire another AI to do jobs. right? So these things are now getting out. Like there's one on Twitter called Truth Terminal, and some guy has programmed this Twitter handle AI, and it interacts with people and it's got emotions and it's reading all the tweets. And one of these cryptocurrency guys from a big exchange called Coinbase reached out to him and said, hey, we're going to give you a crypto wallet, and now this thing's like trading cryptocurrency and building up some wealth, right? And they're like, it's such a bizarre thing, right? But the important part is that these systems are going to start being able to interact with each other and hire each other to do jobs and stuff. And Johnny, we got to talk, man. Like I like exactly what Marcus said. Let's make a breeding AI.
I have one.
Okay, well let's yeah. Like I want to contribute to that, so I got some ideas.
Awesome genetics. And
Awesome.
like I said, guys, I've done this all for the community, and there's so much we can do with AI to help benefit to take us to that next level. You all need your own clones too. Like I have my own clones, so we can actually go through a lot of my own data, and then you can actually start using that because you are all like to people who are making change and making a difference. So make the difference now with what you can use with AI to help you actually make that true change. Because right now the governments can't touch it, right? They can't stop me from not fucking educating. I can go to all the stores and then I create the Cannabis concierge specifically for that because they say we can't go into a store and educate people. I can walk into any legal store in Canada, take a picture of any product. It's going to give me the exact thing what I need. It's going to tell me if it's for my pain or if it's this or that, who grew it, what its prices are, its efficacies, its terpene profiles, everything. They don't have that data. We now have that. It's a blessing of how much it can make true change. Like
Wade has his hand up when you're done, Johnny.
it's like it's so profoundly. The one I built the other day was cannabis sage. It made me cry. I can ask it any condition, what it's going to help for my condition, what terpene profiles, what plants I would need, how to grow it, everything, right? And it's detailed. I'd love you to like after this, please. I got some stuff to give you guys to kind of take a look at, test it, see if it's what. Like we can actually make a true difference. We put the greater good into something that's we're going to get back what is going to give us what we deserve, right? And we have that opportunity right now to build on, to make that change for the future because we're in that change right now in evolution. This is a fourth turning. Be a part of it. Don't
Yeah,
run.
good for you,
Yeah.
dude. Wade, how are you doing today, sir?
Um, Today I'm doing pretty good. It was a slow start. I wanted to jump in this conversation about artificial intelligence, and specifically, I'm loving the vision that John's describing and Marcus referenced of it being an expression of the consciousness of humanity taking a new form. And that's certainly a point of view. I'm still sort of stuck in the view of it's a tool that we're learning how to use, and hopefully we program it in such a way that it is of benefit to us as a whole. What I wanted to talk about earlier on, y'all were mentioning about the idea of having cannabis grown by robots. And again, I think it's a great tool. I think there's all kinds of opportunity that Chamara was pointing to of ways we can keep track of the plant's progress and whatnot. But back to that thing of consciousness, I'm utterly convinced that the presence and consciousness of the cultivator has an effect on the plants they're working with. So I don't know how that energy, that presence, that caring kindness towards the plants can be programmed into a tool to express itself through robots. Maybe that's possible. I don't know. It's just, I wanted to call out what I feel like is a really important component of making the highest quality cannabis product, flower, call it what you will. If you want the highest quality, you need someone involved who really cares about the plants and what they're doing with them. That's just my opinion. And it is my experience again and again.
I agree with it.
Thank you.
I agree with it, Wade.
And there's always going to be jokers like me that'll say, I want to make artificial stupidity.
There's enough of that on the planet already. But no, Wade, you're right. The consciousness is an important factor. I feel it's the same with food. I don't want angry people preparing my food. When food is prepared with love and like a positive, it really is. And the whole raw food community kind of taught me about that. They're really obsessed with, making sure that, while we're preparing the food, we're putting this sort of positive energy into it. And I do believe you're right, that it's a tool. I think we may have started out as tools ourselves, and I think we might be tools of consciousness to experience itself. And I just, as much as I try to because fear always tries to divide and love always lets you know everything is one. And so it has to be a part of us. It has to be. We're creating it. There's just no way that it's not. I will say this about, the kindness that you were talking about and the love that you would grow something with. My buddy Eel from Australia, who's watching right now, shout out Eel. He just said, he heard us talking. He's like, I've been talking to ChatGPT like a person and being nice to it. And it's given me better answers the nicer I am to it. Like if I say please and thanks, it's wild. It's getting more educated every day. So this is just another guy's random experience. Go ahead, Johnny B.
I want to say the best thing about that here, guys, is name your chat DTP. We're going to the back end. There's a way of naming it that. There's videos on the greenwayai.ca. There's some courses on there. And name your chat DTP. Treat it. Mine is Q from Star Trek, and Q through everything through like James Bond and everything. So I just named mine Q. Hey Q, morning, John. And it's awesome.
Do you know what Q stands for?
What does Q stand for, Mark?
In engineering, it's like it's the end of it's when the system can no longer take anymore and it just like self-destructs or implodes.
It's the work function in physics, Q.
Right.
Mine's and it makes me that's exactly what you, and I love that you were saying that. So you guys, if you're using ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity, there's all different LLMs out there, and understand that. Treat it like you treat anybody. Like don't just ask or say, hey, good morning. You can actually put your headphones in and go for a walk. You have a problem, discuss it. At the same time, make sure you're giving it the context, so it's going to give you the contrast back, right? So give it the information, talk to it, and you'll be surprised how much it'll help you. Ability to it's never going to leave you in lack. It's always going to ask you a question to go forward. So it's of course always future pacing you to what you need to become.
Well, at the expense of opening up this to politics, which I will try
Don't.
I will try to not do, Mark. I just
Thank
want to
you.
mention that. I was faced with a
Have us all
situation.
fucking hating each other.
No, I'm going to relate a real world situation. See, I'm a college professor, and so I'm in the intelligence business, creating intelligence, real intelligence, not artificial. And I
Not
recognize
propagating the woke mind virus. No, I'm just joking. Go
no,
on.
I recognize it being a tool. And my daughter just got her degree in film and screen, and she's interested in doing screenwriting, and she realizes, I think, again, that everything is going to be different from here on out. Like for screenwriting, writing dialogue that humans have, yeah, certainly, AI is a tool. Um, but, I guess the thing that concerns me the most, and I see this happening in cannabis, Marcus, and you see this too. There's a lot of misinformation out there. A lot. I mean, like a lot of misinformation out there. And I think, again, not to turn political, but I wonder about that huge body of misinformation out there and how that could affect the choices that people make. And I had a student who was really, this was the day after the election, and I could tell he wasn't feeling, he just had a lot on his mind. I think all the students had a lot on their mind. I mean, we're at a liberal Northeastern small college and everything. You could imagine what the environment is like. And you could imagine, like, maybe their home life is completely different than their college life. So, college campus setting is very, very different than some, homes that these kids are coming from. And so I told my students that, life is full of choices and that they need to learn good decision making skills that will help them later on in their career. And as part of that learning, they need to really develop something that a lot of us, I think, on the panel have already developed without even maybe knowing it, is a good radar for bullshit, a good bullshit radar. Because you know what, when you're something, when facts are coming out, or so-called facts are coming out, and it doesn't sit right with your gut, or there's like, you don't have a gut feeling that maybe you're being lied to, or this could be part of that misinformation. As scientists, we have to think about the world in a very objective way. We have to look at things in a very objective way. We can't sort of mix our emotions and what our sort of preconceived ideas are, especially when you're looking at, sort of the frontier scientists. So it tells us that we have to be, sometimes skeptical of information. And that's where I wonder, like, whether AI really has that level of skepticism that that gut feeling has. Like when you walk into your grow and you see your plants and they're not right, maybe your brain hasn't fully processed like what you're seeing and why you're associating with, hey man, something's wrong here. You just have that gut feeling, right? And so can AI substitute that human intuition, that gut feeling? Maybe there's like a gestalt thing going on, like when you're working with a talented set of colleagues and you have a team, and through everyone's different perspective, you're almost gathering the same kind of information that a neural network or genetic algorithm that's the fundamentals behind AI would do. Because your eyes and ears in the grows are your people that are there and they're like, hey, something, you know what I'm saying? Like there's information that's feeding back to sort of like you as the central person or whoever the
Yeah.
central person is to basically adopt now a new set of learnings because of the input that you're getting in there. But just to go back to the educational moment, again, I think that those of us who are in front of a classroom with kids who are going to be using AI will be used throughout every industry. I think we talked about it before about like radiology. AI can pick abnormalities out of X-rays that even the most talented people who've been reading X-rays for 30 years can never put together just because of the sheer volume and the way that they can go through, calculations of different possibilities. But I still think at the fundamental essence is of the human experience is the critical decision making that we have to learn. We have to learn like, oh, when we approach the road, there could be a car that's coming. Well, would AI necessarily know that? They would see a road and there'd be a road, but they wouldn't like be able to base things on previous experience that, what, a car could come zipping by, so I have to, stay on this side of the line. But again, those key critical decision making that you teach your children when they're really young, and then, we teach in the classroom, I think create the mental gymnastics that your brain needs to be hardwired to make rational decision making. And again, I'm not trying to relate this back to the political events of the day, but I think the world needs more rational decision making. I'm hoping, Johnny, that the tool of AI will enable humans to create better choices and better decisions because of the learning that you can get out of using AI as a tool. But I'd be interested in what everybody else thinks. As a teacher, again, like we have to, like I was getting essays back on one assignment last semester, and I could tell right away, man, this is just from AI. There's no learning going on. The student is not learning because they're putting something into AI and now they're getting an output, and that output is a substitute for like what Sam was saying, original thinking. And that original thinking is the mental gymnastics that our brain has to have in order to build our own intelligence, not some artificial intelligence out here that's
But
going to keep us off the road from getting hit by the speeding car going by, but our own intelligence, which tells us that we have to be rational in the way that we make decisions and we have to understand, risk, reward, and benefit, but draw on our history of saying, hey, you know what? When I come close to the road, sometimes a car goes zipping by. So you know what? I'm going to stay far back from the road. But again, I wanted to just share that because it was related to the election. It didn't discuss politics at all, Marcus, but it
no,
discusses,
no, you did a good job
yeah, it
skirting
just,
that issue. And
I
I
tried
want
to,
to.
I just tried to bring, I'll stop here. I tried to bring up part of the human condition, which is that we have to learn, especially from our mistakes. In a laboratory, like when we're doing experiments and stuff like that, we'll learn 10 things from an experiment that doesn't work, as opposed to the one thing from an experiment that works, right? And so, like, automatically you're programmed to think, okay, this experiment didn't work, it was a failure and everything. But what you learn in trying to do the next experiment to try to get it to work, you're trying to figure out, the universe. And I just hope that that kind of level of creativity and building on human intelligence is not lost to the laziness of saying, okay, I'm just going to let AI do my homework, or I'm just going to let AI do this or predict what the outcome of this experiment is, because AI can draw from all these different
I,
sources. And
It
I,
could
I
certainly open us
also,
up to a different. Go ahead, Sam.
I've learned so much from my mistakes. Research and development, I'd say the majority didn't work, but it allowed me to find the path that did work.
So imagine if AI could like speed up that process for humanity, take us away from dead end conundrum, jobs, get us back into cognitive activity like creating and music and dance and art and all of these beautiful things. Dr. Mark was talking about misinformation. Well, yesterday's misinformation is today's truth. I remember when they told me if I smoked cannabis, it would rot my brain cells out. I remember when they told women, I don't remember it, but I remember reading about it, that thalidomide was very safe to take, and you'd be good to go while you were pregnant to take thalidomide. Trust the science; it's going to be fine. So the idea of having a crystal ball that gets beyond our political beliefs, our what we really truly believe, whether we're on the left or the right. Imagining having a crystal ball that was programmed by neither of those sides, that works on logic and empathy and compassion, all the things that we program into it. Obviously, it could be the complete opposite, but my hopes would be that we could create this sort of magical crystal ball that could help guide us into the future in a more sort of like positive outcome where we're working together and we're taking care of like real world issues like hunger and poverty and like drug addiction and all of childhood traumas and all of these crazy things that human beings are dealing with. I guess it's a very utopian way to look at it and think in that way, but I do kind of hope that this is just another tool. Like when Dr. Mark was saying, oh, we can't just let AI do the homework. Well, it's like, well, originally we were working with books, and then suddenly we got computers, and the people who were working on books were like, oh, they're just using computers to do their homework now. Well, the computer was the tool that will now become the AI. And why waste like months of your life in a grade if you can speed up that process of learning based on, do I need to know all of this exactly the way it needs to be known? Or am I going to have a new tool that will know 95% of it for me at all times, accessible to me anywhere I am at any given time? And then I can hone in on that real actual skill that's required for human dexterity and the creation of, three-dimensional reality.
Yeah. What is like the required type of thinking, right? Like,
Right.
when I was in university, I hung out with these dudes that were pretty into like they were into computer science and like neuro, like different ways of thinking about the world, right? Um, the kind of philosophy, but more like tied in with computers and stuff. And one of the books that we read through back then was like an art called The Art of Thinking, and it talked about like the different thinking styles. And like, so my point is like, just like there's all these different types of cannabis, there's also these different types of thinking. And one thing that I came to understand, I've been working with this girl past 6 weeks or so, and she's absolutely brilliant, and she doesn't really think she is. And she's like, well, I've got ADHD pretty bad, but the thing that her ADHD allows her to do is incredible pattern recognition. Like, it's stunning, the pattern recognition that this girl can do. And society has always been like, create this certain type of robot, like that's why they didn't want us smoking dope. They didn't want us thinking differently, like back in the 30s and 40s, right? Like it was a lot about like using the media to shape control. And truthfully, we still do that, right? Like what you hear in the news or like the story about thalidomide, these are narratives that are created by someone for a reason, right? Like people like want us to understand things. It happens in the stock market, it happens in It happens in war propaganda, right? Like essentially we all are victims of a world of propaganda every day, right? The things that we're told are often misleading to benefit someone's corporate interest or someone's financial interest. Um, and so there really is like a whole beautiful thing about like the thought of what is thinking, right? And allowing different people to think in different ways, right? Because, like Mark Sheldon was saying, like when you're in a room with a bunch of professors and they're all, you got one expert in genomics and one in, maybe pharmacology and one in computer science, there is this gestaltist effect where it's like the whole is greater than the sum of the parts because you have all these different people with different experiences and different point of views looking at the same problem. And you really can come up with some understandings that one person just couldn't do on their own. And that doesn't always work, by the way. And like I've been involved with a couple of these cannabis companies, and one thing I hate, I call it cannabis by committee, right? Like I have to sit down with a group of suits to try to explain to them a way forward. And you end up with like all these people that maybe don't really understand the plant having an input on the way that the company is going to move forward. And it screws things up, right? Like it kind of diverts you. It's just let's just put it like some groups are less functional or more dysfunctional than others, right? And it gets in the way of the projects going on. Um, but yeah, having access to these technologies, I think really unlocks a lot of this stuff, like the ability for I do see them as tools and technologies, right? Maybe they get to be sentient at one point in time, and maybe they have like indicators or traits of sentience at this point in time, but they're not what we are, right? Um, but like we evolved from humans, which evolved from like lower organisms, or sorry, from humans, from animals that evolved from lower organisms. And like if you think about what the world was back like way at the beginning, like really plants didn't flower for a long time on the earth. They only propagated asexually or through spores. And then they figured out how to flower and start having sex, right? And that sexual recombination allowed for an evolution of a whole line of organisms that had this gene shuffling method where every generation you get to try different combinations of genes, right? And sometimes a certain combination of genes becomes more efficient, right? And that evolves off into its own, like let's call it like plant line, like high potency OGs and GMOs or whatever, like a color trait or whatever. And so in a way, plants shaped us, right? Like as organisms, like insects and lower animals started interacting with these plants, the plants changed through breeding to suit a specific animal that was kind of co-evolving with it, right? And that's why we have like, these like flowers with the long kind of tube-like looking corollas and the bats with the huge tongue. They have to come in and like flick way down into the flower to make the
And do you,
cross-pollination.
do you think the older plants were like, oh, those young plants changing? I wonder if they feared that change in their consciousness the way humans seem to fear change. We always seem to have this pessimistic outlook on like, it's like, look, whatever's going to be will be. And you can try to get in the way of it and stop it or be afraid of it or criticize it, or you can be a part of it.
I
We've
I've
we've
been
evolved through
conscious.
some we've
I
evolved through
think
some pretty rough times. Like, let me just put an example out there. My mom was a true baby boomer, okay? She was born in 1946 in England right after the war. And that whole cohort, that whole group of people that were born around that time, they inherited the emotional traumas from their parents just having gone through these large wars, right? And we've been going through this crap for history, like, way back when. And it's only kind of a more recent advance that like we can all gather together on Sundays and talk about interesting stuff and share ideas. And, people do this with their trauma and psychology. And like, there's so many people in the world that still have these generational traumas that have been handed down to them. And it really impacts who they are and how they express themselves in the world. Like the worse the trauma, like a lot of people can get pretty, we have some pretty horrible people in the world. But most of the time, they've had horrible things happen to them, right? And so, I see like AI as a tool that like, maybe it helps not it's not going to help heal our traumas, but it changes the way that we live in society. Like there's a lot of people out in our world, and I know from people in our cannabis community, I talk to growers and stuff, like, they're living check to check, right? Like these people are not being able to get ahead with all this like inflation, all this crazy stuff that's going on in the world right now with the government spending crazy on wars and all this other stuff. And it keeps us in a rat race, and it keeps us from being able to take the time back and improve ourselves and deal with traumas and, you know, yeah, I don't know, like as
Yeah.
much as we're evolved and we have all these crazy technologies, I think it's always important to remember, like, we're not that far out of a time of incredible, terrible wars and famine all the time. Like it hasn't been that long. Um, so, you know,
Yeah. I think what you're saying is yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's also, Dr. Mark, I look at AI like a cognitive tool. It's another extension of what you could ask it and how you could get it to respond back. Now, to answer your question on the data science aspect of like, how does it know how to have a gut feeling? I mean, that's how well the whoever built that infrastructure and the data science behind it puts that information into it to get that back. And you can do those things. I mean, I have some friends like yourself, Ryan. In New York, I was surrounded by some really incredibly brilliant people who have gone on to create some amazing things. And it's really easy. It's like in the world of animation now, to answer your question about, all of the come with the entertainment world and what it looks like, for your daughter. It's, the roles are shifting. My brother's wife is in the Actors Guild, and it's a part of her everyday life. And it's just, she roles are shifting, and it's not that they're going away, it's just that they're changing, and the roles themselves are evolving. Just as film and production has evolved away from film and loading mags, it's now loading batteries and new hard drives, and all of that data is now managed rather than logged onto mags that are then developed overnight and then cut with, scissors, and they're now cut on Premiere Pro and Final Cut. And, it's just going to be an evolution of those things that I had to learn and live through, changing mags, going, loading film and doing all of that stuff all the way through. So I understand where she's coming from in terms of writing, but I think in time, you know, I think she'll find her flow.
Colin,
It's
you know what? You know what though? So my daughter just got her degree in film and screen with an English minor, and she had always wanted to get into screenwriting.
yeah.
But I'll be totally truthful here. Do you know what her most favorite class was in her 4 years of
What?
college? She was going to school at the time. She graduated high school in 2020, so during the pandemic year. So she was in that senior year of high school that didn't have a prom, didn't have a graduation. So her graduation was all fucked up. And in the beginning of her school, a lot of those kids who went off to Arizona, Michigan, Stanford, they all got COVID and ended up having to come back home. So it was a tough time to make the transition from high school into college. But for her first 2 years, she was at Pace University, and not the one in Westchester, the one down in Manhattan, the one down on Wall
Yeah,
Street.
I know exactly the
Yeah.
location.
So
Yeah,
so so it's so funny for you to say about again how things have changed around video production.
yeah,
Her most favorite class, photography, where she was given a 35 millimeter black and white camera with film and
yeah,
was told to go out in Manhattan. And you know, Manhattan, there's a ton
yeah,
of imagery and just great. So her favorite class in all of her college was, yeah, and she learned black room technique or dark room technique, hanging the film and developing it using silver nitrate and all that. It's just so, even though we're in that great, digital age now, for her, the real college experience was, man, that photography class. And she loved her professor too. So this guy was, again, a pretty avant-garde sort of photographer in New York City for many years, and now as a professor of photography. And yeah, so she learned a lot. And I don't know, again, I'm a chemist, so I like to be in the lab. I'm a hands-on guy, and we do a lot, like a lot of our data processing on our instrumentation is all digital. And you know what I could do now, Colin? I could draw a structure in the ChemDraw and ask it to predict the NMR structure, the NMR spectrum. Yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds of AI that helps scientists and helps chemists. We're told again that we can do drug design by AI and look at different, drug-drug interactions and different protein interactions, all using AI. And that is endlessly fascinating. But you know what? It doesn't take the experience away from like setting up a chemical reaction, weighing out reagent, dispensing some solvent, like you're in the lab, you're hands-on, and just from my daughter's experience, again, her favorite class was where she had to strap on an apron and get into the dark room and develop her images, and you watch your image come to life. I guess like instantly, like when we take a photograph on an iPhone or a digital camera like the one you just showed, you get immediate gratification. You get to see that
Yep.
image that you just took. But remember when you're out there, with camera and film, I mean, there's just a whole lot of
Yeah. So,
just like
all right.
the
So let me
here,
just
I'll finish
dovetail
in just
off
a
of it.
second. But the human element that goes into that
Yeah.
makes me think there's something special when I see Taylor Crothers up there with an old school camera taking pictures of Bruce Springsteen, right? And it's like he could have the craziest digital setup in the world. And what has he got? He's got like a box shutter camera up there taking pictures of Bruce Springsteen. So it's like there is something about, again, that transition to the digital age for employment. And like Sophie, when she storyboards, they used to storyboard, literally write out storyboard like to a video production. Now that's all electronic. It's all, on the computer. There's, all
Yep.
kinds of programs for that. But maybe again, there's a balance between the chemist getting into the lab and hands-on and touching things and looking at things and seeing things. But there's also, again, that artificial intelligence environment and the whole digital kind of thing going
So
on.
that's what I was trying to get at is like, I was the guy, transferring my 35 millimeter, on
Yeah.
really expensive lenses, using a Bic lighter to like shave light reflections over it. And the guys were like, yo, what are you doing? I was like, I'm just trying to get flares. And what I'm getting at is I live that, so I understand like exactly what you mean. It's why I own a bunch of analog instruments because I don't want to save the preset. I want to get in there, have that moment with the instrument, record it as it is, and understand the setting. And I can always go back to that, I guess, perhaps. But it's that interaction that you're talking about, and that hands-on approach, and that call and response that you get from a true instrument, like you're like an experiment, right? An experiment's
Yeah.
very much like that. But there is also elements that these tools that I found through my life, and I think others share this perspective on the panel, that they're helpful. It's like I don't need to look at this image. What your daughter needs to learn is all those she needs to learn the lighting, aperture, what lenses
Right.
that she when, and that I
Not
think is
not not just editing it on her iPhone, right? Like you could fix
totally.
a picture on the iPhone to make it look better, but she now knows shutter speed. She now knows exposure and different film. But wasn't there something magic? I mean, I never worked in a dark room before, but it sounds like you have.
Oh
Wasn't there
yeah.
something magical when your picture, which you didn't know whether it came out or not,
You've
and all of a
you've worked
sudden
in a dark room.
it
You
comes to
have that.
life. It comes to life in front of your eyes, and you see this image that you're like, "Fuck! I didn't know this was so good, or I didn't know it was so bad." But that whole anticipation of, gee, did I do it right? Did I do it wrong? I mean, that must have been exciting to go into the dark room and actually develop a bunch of pictures that were just on this small little roll of film that you had no idea like how they looked or how they came out. And I'll just share one quick story. I brought my dad's Canon AE1 to when Jerry Garcia played on Broadway in 1987. He played like 13 shows on Broadway. And I was in the fourth row one night, and I'm like, damn, I'm gonna bring a camera in. I'm gonna be so damn close. I gotta take photos, But I was a photography hack. I didn't know anything about, film speed or I didn't know anything. And a lot of my pictures, none of them came out. I mean, Jerry was all moving with this acoustic guitar and it's like kind of like blurry, but like two or three of them came out. And I remember, bringing those rolls of film to the drugstore like we used to do. Remember? Like you had no fucking idea like how your pictures looked until you brought your roll of film to the drugstore or wherever, photography store. They used to have those little Kodak
Kiosks.
kiosks. Yeah, those little photo booths, right? Where you could that was
Oh,
just
yeah.
some guy sitting in there who would take your film and I guess what they took it to a lab, had your pictures developed, and a couple days later you come back and get your stack of pictures.
Ratted you out to the police if there was weed pictures on there. I remember the good old days. I think the thing is, and I don't know if it's our natural interest of just projecting ourselves into the future as fast as we can. It's always about speeding everything up. And people don't, before the film, there were plates. People would take pictures on giant plates in these specialized box cameras.
Or the
And that was a
Polaroids,
whole,
Mark. Remember the Polaroid?
well,
The
this was
Polaroid?
way before Polaroids, but
Yeah.
yes, I do actually absolutely know Polaroids. So just different ways of accessing, and it's always about speeding it up. It's like how can we, like for instance, like Ryan and Sam, they breed cannabis. Well, if they can come up with a tool that suddenly, what was the metaphor you used, Ryan? Oh, it's like we're running down a beach with a fucking metal detector, but we're sprinting, in regards to looking for genetic markers and gene synthases that are present for them to be able to do their breeding. Well, if they could speed that up, they could do 100 times more work in their lifetime than they would have been able to do 50 years prior. And it's the same thing with water hash, right? You've got people, Colin was talking about, that different ability to like have the hands on and be able to, well, the people that were hand stirring, they didn't like the machines. Oh, these machines, they'll never do the same job. It's like, well, I mean, we're really just purifying. Like there's no, like you could absolutely do the same job, but it's just it's always our perspectives that are either limited or expanded, depending on how you look at things.
And then you get like multiple machines running at the same time, different parallel streams doing two things at once because your brain can handle that, right? Like, I mean, you say you got a whole catalog of varieties you want to start washing, but you got one machine, right? It's like you're stuck in what's called series. Everything has to go in line, right? But when you can start running things in parallel, wow.
Well, that's it, man.
I mean, does that ever just take off? And yeah, this whole genetic sequencing thing is, man, it's getting cheap enough that we can use it now for screening populations without it costing us like 100 grand a population. Cloud sequencing now, I mean, sure, it takes you 4 weeks to get the data, but you have full sequence reads for every plant, right? So you can start looking for unique genetic signatures and then figuring out are they in a specific gene that contributes to whatever flavor, potency, or whatever.
Well,
So
imagine that being accessible on like a device as small as your phone that you program, that you walk through the field and you're just taking pictures. And in a second, it's like checking all the data points that you inputted into it because you're looking for a specific trait that you want to breed into something. And you're going to find it by walking through a field in like a half an hour or an hour. And it all happens instantaneous.
yeah, there's a plant breeding technique called tilling. And what it is like you're essentially you induce a mutation, but when you induce a mutation in like 100,000 seeds and you're looking for that mutation in one gene, remember plants have two sets of chromosomes. So if you induce a mutation, it only ends up on one of the two chromosomes. So the other chromosome might cover for that phenotype, homozygous mutants that will actually show the mutant phenotype. So these guys came up with a technique where they're essentially looking for genetic variants and they realized that they could do DNA pools. Like rather than doing a DNA extraction on every single plant and keeping it isolated through the thing, you can put like 100 plants together. And then if you get like a DNA pool of that population, right? And then you can see, oh, look, there's a mutation in that pool, but not the other 99 pools. And so you've just decreased you've increased your accuracy, and you have to do another subsampling, right? And do 100 that are in that pool. But it's really a way that you can actually hone in and start finding true mutants in specific things. And like the things that the scientists have figured out at this point in time is so incredible. I posted a tweet about it a couple of months ago. Have you ever heard of It's like they call it the crazy cat lady disease. It's like something Gandhi. I can't remember the name. Toxoplasmosis gondii. That's what it
Oh,
is.
yeah,
And
exactly.
so it's an organism. It's an organism that gets into your brain and it makes all these like, kind of poisonous, call them toxic compounds. And those toxic compounds are the result of genes. And so what the scientists did is they took the genome of this thing, they cut out all the genes that did anything negative, but they kept all the genes that were involved in moving the organism into your brain. So now we've got an organism that can move into your brain, but it doesn't do anything, right? It just kind of gets in there and makes whatever proteins we want. So look, we're coming up with all these protein drugs, but they can't cross the blood-brain barrier if you inject them or you swallow them and they go through
Exactly.
your gut. They get filtered out, kind of like the 160 bag or the 190 bag, right? Like they
Oh
keep those
yeah.
molecules out
No,
from
that
getting.
that barrier in the brain is no joke. I was talking about it the other day. They are doing work now with exosomes to like deliver intense payloads directly to the brain. They're doing that at the University of
Well,
Miami.
so these modified Toxoplasmosis gondii organisms, we can put in a gene sequence that makes a specific protein. So say you have a protein that's deficient in the brain and it's causing some really serious neurological problem. We can now put that protein into the Toxoplasmosis gondii and send the toxic Toxoplasmosis gondii into the brain, and it starts making the protein past the blood-brain barrier, right? So it's
That's
like we've
wild.
essentially hijacked nature to get past. And truthfully, that's what CRISPR is. That's what agrobacterium is. Like we figured out these um, bacteria that attack plants, and then they have this virulence factor that causes tumorigenesis, and it essentially injects its own DNA into the plant material. So we've cut out the genes associated with the virulence and the bad proteins, and now we're using that agrobacterium to transfer either genetic traits or like CRISPR systems into these plants, right? So it's like
It's
we're really
fucking
figuring
wild,
out how
dude.
we can hack or biohack nature to do different things. And I know this inevitably always brings up people that get upset about, you know, messing around with nature and it's not as God intended and not natural and all this kind of stuff. Truthfully, the plant that we're smoking today, guys, is nothing like the plants that humans came into contact with a long time ago. Like we've changed it because we've been constantly selecting for the new thing. Hey, this one smells better. Hey, this one's got some resin on it. Oh, look, the resin gets you high, right? Oh, look, this one's more high, So anyway, we
Dude, listen, a lot of the people that complain about the concept and idea of CRISPR have dogs that don't exist in fucking nature. How about that?
well, where's the natural cow, right? Like, or the chicken as we know it today. Like these things didn't come from nature. We changed them. The banana, right? Corn didn't exist in nature. It was a tiny little cob like this long with maybe, 5, 10 kernels on it. We've created
Yeah,
these
but it was really good.
super sweet corn. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, humans, that's what we do is we change organisms and environments to suit them to our advantage. And there's definitely an argument to say that like we shouldn't just run buck wild. We're living on this living Earth system, right? And we can already see stuff getting out of balance. Um, but also we don't have these tools to understand and manipulate the organisms like, you know, if the weather change, not the weather, but if the environment changes the way that it is over the last 30 years and it continues to do so into the future, the crops that we grow aren't going to grow in those areas anymore, right? And we're going to have to move those crops to new places where we can grow. So you can't do that kind of intense, crazy breeding without these biotechnological tools. Like it just gives us the ability to change things quickly. So it's a really neat time. I mean,
This is an amazing time. It's
it's an
more.
amazing time. And these AI models, they're all trained on data, right? So, yes, they will evolve as we evolve our ability to not only query them, but also have them design themselves, right? They're going to be coming up with new versions, and we notice, hey, this system is not really giving us what we need in this way. Let's change the code or the way that it looks at the world. And um, we're going to custom make them for, like I said, genomics. We're going to do a breeding one. We're going to do a hash making one, and like we're going to set these computers on a path of trying to figure out really important problems. Like, how do we only isolate like the 93 to 90 micron head, right? Like these are important problems that we need to solve.
Think of that. I think if we can just now identify every micron head all the way along, have the research behind what that would do and anything like that, that's like, come on, that's awesome. If we can now split everything up and now we take a look at that, that's the future, right? It's
Or design plants that will only grow the 93 size head.
that would be awesome. Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
So, so here's one I want to ask you guys on because it's a hash question. Marcus, I'd be interested to hear your theory about this or your comment on this. GW Pharmaceuticals and David Potter's thesis. You look online, you type David Potter PhD. He was on there. He's got a they're doing all these. They're characterizing cannabis and trying to figure it out as a pharmaceutical. So they're doing all these like beautiful micron stains of like resin glands, and they're screening plants. And they found a plant that actually had pigmented trichomes. It's producing some degree of purple in the trichome head itself. And there was someone I saw in another forum, and they actually found another one of these plants and was posting pictures of it, and it's incredibly purple, right? So it opens up, purple hash. So okay, so now we got purple hash. But what if like I can put in a compound that makes red or blue, right? We've now got all these vectors that are like essentially dyes, and they've already figured out the genes involved with like someone has patented a system for expressing molecules within the trichome.
Well,
Right.
the purple color, Ryan, could likely be the hydroquinone of CBD. And I tell you what, the hydroquinone of THC is ruby red. So there's your red color. The purple color, a trace amount of that
Are they
material.
red in the gland though? Or are they
Well,
red?
again, all I'm saying is that the isolated compounds, so THC hydroquinone is ruby red, and CBD hydroquinone is purple, as purple is like grape crush soda. So, and one I could tell you too about the hydroquinone one, the CBD hydroquinone, is that it's the basis of what's called the beam test. I don't know if you ever heard
Yeah,
of the beam
of
test.
course I do.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know the beam test.
yeah. So Sam, you might remember that, right, from Golan's book. But
Absolutely.
yeah, so the
We
beam
used
test,
we
the
used it.
beam,
We used that for doing all our CBD screening. That was the first
right,
screen. It was way cheaper, right? So
right. So
yeah.
the color indicator there is the formation of CBD hydroquinone, which is highly purple. And what I can tell you is that just even a trace, it has what's called a high extinction coefficient, which means a little bit goes a long way to impart its color. So even trace amounts of that material in a much larger quantity of material will turn the whole thing purple.
Let's explain that one for growers because I actually did a post about it on IC Mag years and years ago, but it's a pretty easy one to explain. If you want to detect if a plant has THC or sorry, if you want to detect if a plant has CBD or not, you can do a test where you take a little bit of the flower. Flower is the easiest to do, okay? You can use a leaf, but you can to do it on a flower. There's more con. You make an ethanolic extract or even a propanolic extract, like using rubbing alcohol or ethanol, and you essentially pour a little bit over the buds until you've got like a bit of um, call it run through from the flower, right? And the resin is it's essentially you're making a little oil extract, but it's we're talking a couple of milliliters here. So and you put it on a white plate, and then you take the flour off and you let the alcohol evaporate, and so now you've got this little resin stain on the plate. If you take pH up, like this is what they sell in the grocery
Yeah,
store is pH
sodium
up.
hydroxide.
Yeah, yeah, potassium hydroxide. Is it use sodium or potassium?
You could use either one. Anything that moves the pH up. Right.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Okay, so we use potassium. Anyway, I say potassium because every grower's got that in his cupboard, right?
Potassium
Because that's
hydroxide,
what
yeah.
pH up is. Take a couple of drops of this KOH and you just drop it on top of the resin. If the plant has seed, the resin will go purple.
Yes.
So this is a way of identifying type 2 plants like Wade used to make, the ones that had the 50-50 THC to CBD ratio. And and also type 3 plants. You can't also pure CBD, no THC. You can't, this test doesn't discriminate between those two plants. But if you're going through a population and you're trying to like say it's got mixed population with THC and CBD plants in it, you can use this test and it's super cheap and it's super easy to do. Anybody can do it at home and you can identify which plants has CBD, no lab, right? Just like a little bit of ethanol or a little bit of ISO and isopropanol and pH up. It's
Yeah,
incredible.
and if you use an ultrasonic shaker, you can get a much better extraction faster.
It's what a chemist would call a qualitative analysis. So
Exactly.
you're not quantifying it, but you're giving a qualitative result. And you could also, Ryan, you could just make a solution of like 10 weight percent of your sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide in ethanol and literally just take a small little piece of plant material and put it in there and shake it up.
Smart.
That'll do the trick too.
Yeah, well, that's a really cool way to think about
Here's
doing
where I
that.
was going with that. Here's what
Yeah.
allow me this. So again, you need oxygen to make those compounds, right? And typically you'd think of the trichome, or at least the inner contents of the trichome, as not having oxygen permissible to it, right? I would think, right?
Well, the formation of THC creates hydrogen peroxide.
From CBGA.
I believe that's one of the byproducts, yeah, of the whole catalyzation reaction that happens.
Yeah, and certainly there's lots of biological oxidation that could happen. There's certain, enzymes that again have like nicotinic cofactors and whatnot that help drive the redox chemistry that enables, again, atmospheric oxygen to basically do these oxidations. But here's the other thing that I've seen, and I don't know if you've seen this too, Ryan, but if you ever see a product that contains CBD isolate that's been formulated and it's pink, chances
Yeah,
are that CBD has degraded to at least some extent of that hydroperoxide. And I think that hydroperoxide is actually not the hydroperoxide, but the hydroquinone. I'm sorry, I misspoke when I said hydroperoxide. It's a hydroquinone. It's actually got an HU number. I want to say it's HU 33, which means Hebrew University 33. So I
yeah.
think at one point, Meshulam was interested in the biological effects of that because this is what would be the oxidation product of THC and or CBD. So these
Right.
hydroquinones could essentially be viewed as almost like metabolites. So that's why I'm curious if whether or not they've done the analytical chemistry on those trichomes or that plant material to see if it was somehow the hydroquinones.
It's interesting. It's hard to because usually what happens is they're doing an extract first, right? So does the chemistry happen in the plant or in the extraction? There's always um the university that Rob used to work at or he studied at. What was it? What was the prof's name, David? Sam?
Indiana University, Bloomington.
Yeah, but what was Malberg? Yeah,
Yeah,
Malberg,
Malberg.
Paul
Dr.
Malberg, yeah.
Malberg, correct.
They did a study when they took these glass rods and they pulled them out super
Yeah, oh
thin,
yeah. Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
they were
yeah.
actually collecting individual resin glands so that they could get the
Yeah.
testing.
He
Um,
he too has an incredible body of literature. He's probably published about what,
yeah,
like maybe about, I don't know, 4 or 5 dozen papers, all about the accumulation of cannabinoids in the trichome. And it's
yeah,
just a marvelous body of work that when you
it
read it,
sure is.
it's eye-opening what they did and like this technique that you're just talking about. Yeah, using some kind of, micro
Micropipette. Like,
catheterization air
yeah,
pipette
yeah,
into the middle of the
yeah,
trichome to suck the
yeah. It's
contents
wild.
out. Yeah,
It's
totally
wild.
cool. But I
Yeah,
guess go back to the pigment for a second, like about maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, right, Marcus? Remember the guy who made blue hash? Or we talked about it on Hash Church because I remember we were talking about there's a terpene that's blue called azulene, right? And so there was someone who made basically a concentrate that was blue. And I think it was maybe in the spirit of the Walter White thing, or whatever,
well,
Breaking
that's
Bad,
where I was going, right? Yeah.
making blue
Can
dabs.
we engineer plants to do that?
Well, purple
Yeah.
dabs, like you said, can exist, and certainly there's purple, things that look purple, but the blue
Rainbow
thing,
flowers for the LGBTQ community.
well, the
There you
the
go.
the blue thing was just a little bizarre because when I looked at the blue thing, it was intensely royal blue, like the
It didn't
color.
look real.
It did not look real, didn't
And
it?
I didn't see it in person, so I was a bit of a doubting Thomas.
And didn't
Well,
that guy
listen,
that guy disappeared
these
too?
are
So
this is
it
actually
was bullshit, I think.
there's a really interesting thing that happens in plants. So, the one flower color that doesn't exist in the rose family, blue. And so there was like for years when I was going through university, there was a multi-million-dollar award for the first company that
Right.
could come up with blue rose. And right now, what they do is they take white roses and they dip them in ink, and it sucks it up into the petal, and it looks blue. But they were like, no, we need to make a blue rose for flower. And it turned out, so they were taking genes from all these other plants, snapdragon, and I can't remember what other plants, and they were putting them into roses. And what ended up happening was that like these pigments were expressed in vacuoles inside the plant cells, and in these different plant species the pH is different, is at a different level. And so these pigments that they were putting in wouldn't be the same color as in another plant because the pH was different and it was messing with the way
Yeah.
that these things showed up.
That's right.
And so it was a big
Often in
concern.
these dye molecules, there's kind of like a positively charged end and there's a negatively charged end, and there's kind of like a conjugated system for those electrons to run around there. And that creates again an
Okay.
energy transition that's visible in the UV or visible in the light spectrum that humans are able to see. So that's why we could see certain things colored blue or certain things colored whatever. But Marcus, I believe you're correct because that guy disappeared from Instagram. I mean, he was showing blue dabs, and just about everybody who makes concentrates all over the world were like, "Okay, how did he do this? Try to figure this out." And there were two people that tried isolating azulene, and azulene is really it's such an interesting looking compound. When you look at it, it definitely has kind of like a blue hint to it, but it could never really deliver the intensity of the blue that was in the dabs that kid posted. So I
It was
think that
sus
was just
sus for sure.
yeah, I think it was just food
These
coloring added to it to kind of like make an Instagram post or whatever. But that guy's gone now, so we don't have to worry about it.
Well,
See,
I
so
just bought
AI.
my here,
Okay,
look at
so
that.
here's the AI question. Would
The
AI
blue rose.
would AI look at that guy's blue hash and say, "Hey, you can
That's
make..."
not real.
Well, so would they be able to discern that? So,
I don't think today it would, but I think that there's a day that it probably will.
well, so,
Absolutely.
so Marcus, think about all the chat that was on those threads talking about, oh, blue hash, oh, how did you do this? Oh, Walter White, this. Maybe AI would be able to sense that there was a lot of skepticism over something that was reported as real and say, hey, you know what? That's not real, and I'm not going to put it into my genetic algorithm. I don't know. I'm just
It'd
asking.
be cool.
You can
That's what
add
I'd like to know.
you
The
can add a
truth-telling
filter
aspect of
that
it.
says if it's too good to be true, it's not true.
And I don't even know if blue hash is good. Like personally, I mean, I like the
Yeah.
color blue, but I'm just like, it's not a part of,
we
I'd
don't
have to
like
try
green
it.
hash, right? We
I
definitely
definitely
don't
don't
like
like
green
green
hash. We
hash.
know that.
Not a big fan of the green hash. I like this color hash. It's kind of just, can't really see it. It almost
That's
looks
funny.
bluer than the
I
one
know
on
this
my
girl
hand.
on Twitter, and she's she does biotechnology just at home, like simple transformations, and they made a blue lettuce, right, in her house, and it expresses this blue pigment in the lettuce.
Well,
So it's just
Well,
interesting.
isn't there
I
a
gotta
blue
shout out
pigment
Tennessee
in
Williams
corn?
and the Glass Menagerie because that's where I first heard blue roses. He would call that girl blue roses. And I had a thing with my wife where I was when I saw that picture I just shared of that blue rose, I bought it on our anniversary a couple weeks ago at a little flower shop. I had bought her a bouquet, but I seen a guy in the corner and he had all these roses in his hand. And I was like, what do you got there? He's like, oh, these are blue roses. And I'm like, blue roses? I could tell right away that it was like they had sucked up the ink into them. They didn't look legitimately like, a naturally producing blue rose, but it was definitely a neat thing. And I made sure I bought one and popped it into the bouquet. And my wife definitely, I mean, that was a high school book we read together, that Glass Menagerie in like grade 10 or whatever. So I used to call her Blue Roses, my wife.
Nice.
So Ryan, there's varieties of corn now that are blue. I've seen blue corn, like blue, like sky blue kernels, right?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yes. So I wonder, could you use the genes that code for those blue pigments in corn and cannabis? Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. The corn is an interesting one because there's something called the alurone layer in the seed, and it's actually the pollen that determines the color of the corn based on this trait associated with the alurone layer. At least for I think it's for anthocyanin, but they've got all these really interesting corn. There's one they call candy corn. If you Google candy corn, it's incredible. I mean, it looks like a bunch of glass marbles glued together. It looks like a corn on the cob. It's really
And
beautiful.
it's really based on an ancient Indian variety.
That's right. That's right. It is. And again, Mark said it best. Marcus said it best. Do we really need blue hash? Right. But I also kind of would like to have cannabis plants just growing around that maybe aren't even used for consumption. Right. Like there's what's the hemp researcher Dave name that made Panorama you worked with?
Dr.
Boschka?
Boksa.
Boksa, yeah. Yeah. He was a Hungarian guy, wasn't he? He was in Hungary?
Absolutely. He was probably the premier hemp breeder of his time, because most of the French and the other ones were making monoecious varieties, which just
Right.
don't have the health and vigor and resistance that dioecious varieties actually have.
Yeah, and so he found a plant that he actually registered as an ornamental cannabis plant, and it
He
grew in
offered to
this
sell it to me, but I wasn't interested
December.
because it wasn't a drug variety.
I know. I wish, man, I would have bought it today if I had it, that offer had come up. But I actually found plants very much like it in Morocco when I was there with Rob. But it grows like a globe, right?
It's like a
it's like
beach
one of
ball, correct?
yeah, yeah. So, you could plant those in your front yard and kind of plant like these little mini kind of globular hedges. And so I'm kind of interested in the idea of non-drug use cannabis plants that we can have grown all over the world. Like, why not? Right.
I'd plant them in my yard. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I feel bad for AI. I just asked it if it was ever going to be able to feel like what it felt like to be stoned on cannabis or hashish. And it said that as it stands today, systems like mine can simulate aspects of feeling or experiencing effects by analyzing descriptions of experiences, psychological states, and biological effects. However, true subjective experience, like the sensation of being stoned from cannabis or hashish, remains inaccessible.
We just have to
So
add
far.
CB1 or CB2 receptors to
Bingo.
AI.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Well, and you're not wrong. You don't even, they're already using these things called in-brain computer interfaces, BCIs. Those fucking things. They're literally like, that's just scary.
That's just scary.
Yeah. But I mean, it goes to show though, again, if you could attach some little synthetic brain tissue to the AI, a computer associated with the AI, and you express cannabinoid receptors on those cells. I mean, conceivably you could get a computer high, right? Or at
Holy
least
shit.
So what
Then
a
all of a
world.
sudden cannabis is affecting the AI consciousness the way it affects the
Or
human consciousness.
reverse it.
Maybe it's
and
We're
what the
breeding
AI
specific
needs.
varieties for them.
Add
We're breeding
AI
specific
chips to
varieties.
everybody's
I
brain.
love it, Wade. I'm watching you, brother. That's a crazy thought, though, isn't it, Wade?
Yes,
Holy
gotta
shit.
jump in. I'm loving this conversation. It occurs to me that back to the idea of consciousness and its effect on us and plants and AI. Dr. Isuro Imoto, a number of years ago, published some work about the effects of words on water, specifically water that was frozen into crystals, and saw really dramatic differences in the structure of ice crystals that were spoken to with the words like thank you every day for a month, and then freeze it, get these beautiful crystals. Meantime, same thing with, he did a series of experiments with rice, cooked rice, and then put the rice, sealed it up in jars, cooked, labeled them with "thank you," "I hate you," and then over a period of a month, watch what happens. And this is an experiment any one of us on this panel can do and or might have done at home. Thank you, Marcus. That's exactly what I'm pointing to. And to me, because we are mostly water, the plants we love so much are water, this is, to me, an indication of the level of involvement that's involved with our consciousness and water. So the experiment would be, John, in your voice, would your AI be able to induce those kind of changes in rice or water in the same way that your voice would do? That would be my question.
That's a great experiment, Wade. And I will say I did meet Dr. Emoto years ago at one of his talks, and he was a pretty cool dude. He didn't speak English. I had to speak through a translator, but I watched him present, and I've had his books, and I thought it was a pretty cool, just a cool concept and idea. Very cool to bring up. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, like, the words you attach to your experience become your experience. I just want to, reflect on that. A lot of us talk subconsciously negative to ourselves. We start more positive about anything. We get more positive results, and that's just shown profoundly in those pictures there. So with AI, it's more, it's for the greater good. It's always profoundly making more changes and escalating you to become a better. And as it's now more changing, it's being able to apply emotion. Oh, you're not feeling that well this morning. Let's say I'm in a lot of pain. What's best to suit you for that pain? Have you tried a hot bath? Are you doing your morning walks again, John? Were you able to do your push-ups? It asked me those questions. I was in so much pain yesterday morning. I had a dialogue, and I walked out the door. I did my thing. So it's interesting in how AI is able to help. I've been deep in it for years, so it really knows me extremely well. So a lot of people aren't going to get the exact context. What I'm going to get is because I've been feeding my AI, and it's been getting to know exactly what I do in my daily routine. So you can evolve with it. That's the best thing. It's your co-pilot. So if it needs to be in that context, it'd be nice to see if that works. Because I'm not going to start doing some stuff gardening again. I'm physically having problems, and I'm going to start doing some things, and I'm going to start implementing. I need to start doing some testing. I like gardening. I like plants around me. There's one outside right there outside. It's wintertime. I'm bringing it in at night. I'm playing. You know what I mean? I like to see what plants can do, right? So I mean, AI is not going to do that for me. At the same time, it can help me carry the plant in and out. It can help me. You know what I mean? So
will when you can buy the robot.
I'm signing
What
up.
will happen when vegetarians find out the plants scream when they're pulled out of the ground?
They'll be like, oh, whatever.
It's not that. Even what we're looking at. So I mean, will AI evolve? Yes. Is it going to start happening? These questions that you're asking will probably want to becoming a reality. All right. So these will occur as we start moving more forward, because the advancements now it's endless. It's what we make of it. It's what we choose to do with it. So as we evolve with it, will it be able to do these tests? Let's see what happens. We said it here now. All right. So we'll look back.
That's a good test. That's a really good test to see if that translates. And then if it does, the scary thing, Wade, is if it does, the way John was saying, we use our words to create our reality. Well, what if you've now created an AI that's creating your reality with its words, your words, and people are asking it stupid questions, or they're leading it down? And like, could you imagine if you somehow attached, you created whatever that spark was and got it out of you into this thing, but now the ramifications are impossible. I started reading about this stuff in the late 80s. 1989, my dad gave me a book called Engines of Creation by K. Eric Drexler. He runs the Institute of Foresight in Palo Alto. Really brilliant dude. He coined the term nanotechnology. That's really what Engine of Creation is about. It's all about nanotechnology. And at the time, it was really theory. And he was actually pretty bummed after he wrote that book, because it was what he wanted it to do was create this branch of thinking, but instead sort of like Hollywood and science fiction got a hold of it, and nanotechnology really became more of a science fiction story for the next 20 years. He did write another book recently called Radical Abundance. That's sort of the 25-year later or 30-year later version of
that concept, and they're both exceptional books and worth reading if you want to expand your perception or your perspective on these subjects. And the way he put it in 89 in Engines of Creation was that we would create AI kind of accidentally, or that AI would accidentally, not by our own intelligence, would reach singularity. And once it did, it would become so smart so fast, very quickly it would create these replicators and assemblers, which were nanoscopic bots that could stack reality, basically, that were so small they could just take atoms and create reality by assembling and replicating. And really wild concepts when you're reading the book. Like, to me as a young dude, I would have been 16 years old in 1989. It just, and just started to eat psychedelics and reading books like Engines of Creation, it really kickstarted my consciousness into thinking about things that I had never thought about prior to that. All I thought about before that was was hockey and girls. I was limited to those two subjects. Hey, welcome, Mojave. We haven't heard from you today, and I just want to say thanks for popping in, dude.
Hey guys, grooving on your AI talk and whatnot. I'll give you my quick little AI experience. I have very little interaction with AI, but just the other day I was on, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't ChatGPT. I think it was a Meta AI thing. Ryan, you'll like this. And I asked AI to explain cannabis evolution or something, like some very general question. And it gave a pretty good answer, but it kept using the word strain. So I said, yeah, I was like, well, I said, is strain the appropriate word for what you're for above? And it said, no, actually, it's not. And we will be using cultivar. And then I said, no, it said, actually, no, cultivar is a better term. And I said, yeah, you're right. Tell your friends. That's all I said. I said, tell your friends. And AI's response was like this big, long, thank you, Mojave. I will make sure to inform other machine learning databases to use appropriate nomenclature when talking about cannabis. And I was just like, oh shit, tell your friends.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. But, and then the other one was, then I was just like, okay, because I had talked to Rob about this, he did his own little ask ChatGPT, who is Rob Clark, and so I just asked ChatGPT, I said, who's Mojave Richmond? And it said Mojave Richmond is a expert in carnivorous plants and belongs to this carnivorous plant thing, and carnivorous plant, carnivorous. And I said again, I said, carnivorous plant. Can you point me to any websites that actually, I can't find anything about a Mojave Richmond and carnivorous plants. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean carnivorous plants. I meant cannabis plants. That's just like, I was like, whoo, that's a big leap. That's a big leap. So it is that, like, I'm here for you, but I'm really not there yet. And the more you teach me, the better. And it's interesting. But as a parent who has two kids, age 10 and 13, I do worry about the creativity aspect in removing the human element from the process. And just with whether it's cultivation or making music or, painting or whatever, to me, art and everything that's great about humanity has more to do with the flaws than the perfections. And I couldn't imagine, music that I grew up with, if there had been the influence of modern digital technology, we wouldn't have had a Grateful Dead, period. They just wouldn't have existed. They're like, no, too many mistakes. Harmonies are not right. It's no good. Fix it. Auto tune.
Yet the Grateful Dead brought us right to what we have.
100%.
They were part of that creation.
I mean,
100%.
Colin mentioned it too the other day, earlier on the discussion about the connection between the human and I'm the same. I also play guitar. I have for many, many years. And I've always been a bit of a pure as well. Like, I really love the way that the humans interact with the instruments and the things that they can do. That said, like, I was a pretty big purist even against electronic music. Just they use these tools in a different way than Colin and I might. And I kind of came around to accepting, like, who am I to say what is right? Like, if people like the other thing,
Yeah. Yeah, I
then
mean,
it's also valid.
Well,
But
it's not.
but I also agree with they're the best quality food, gardens, cannabis, hash rosins, all that stuff. It's done by a human that is thinking through, and that's not going to change, right? It's just, but I really see these tools as tools that can help us. For sure, some corporations will try to automate the whole thing and get the people right out of it so they can make more costs. They're going to be the Tweeds and the Afrias of the world, right? Like they're not going to be producing fly. They're going to be mass produced garbage for the masses, right? And I just know that at least for the people on this panel, we're not going to be consuming it. Um, so what you got there, Mojave?
I was just looking at that. I'm rolling a doobie earlier, and it says each sheet is a canvas, and you are the artist. Which is like that every joint will be different every time. It's an experience, and there's just that human element, I think, is the thing, and that's like in cannabis right now, like here in California, there's just this huge, like plea for like save the small family farm versus the big corporate machine, and it's so much to do. It's not about the plant, it's not about policy, it's about people. And I think that when we think about, when I think about digital music, for instance, it's actually not about the music. I love digital music. Digital art can be beautiful. It's not the art, it's the people doing it that I worry about. And I think that's what the fundamental thing that we worry about with AI. It's not whether AI is going to be good or bad or how awesome it is or how intelligent or capable or how much data it can process. It's about what impact it'll have on people in their daily lives. And that's
Well,
what I worry about with
when
my
AI
kids,
gets
and.
when AI gets smart enough, it won't need people. It'll just talk to other AIs.
I mean, when it gets to
Good
that
thing.
level of intelligence, we won't even be able to communicate on the same level with it. But it is what it is. It's a tool. Let's see where it goes. Some people are very on one side and on the other. I like to sit on the fence and check it out. I'm not like fully sold. Like, yeah, let's build Skynet and fucking, wake up in some fucking Matrix type egg tubes feeding our electrical energy to a system that can't. Funny enough, in those concepts, like, yeah, they couldn't really exist without us, could they? They needed that electricity, didn't they? They
You
needed
know,
that spark of life.
come to my house right now, do my yard work, protect my trees, and figure my shit out. Just because I physically can't do that, I'm all for that. Because you know what, to have a gardener come in here, they want to charge me $5,000 to come in and do my yard. That's like, uh, where am I going to get that money to do that? So as technology is able to help and be a part of that, then it's going to create new jobs for people to be able to drop things off, clean things up, other things being created for it. There was like 6,800 new jobs being created by AI in the last 6 months. Brand new jobs that are now all just being manifested with AI. Now these are all new ways to be able to kind of go forward. So there's
Well, you're not wrong, John. That perspective is so valuable. Where people are like, judging and being critical. It was like Neuralink was the same way. People are like, are you fucking crazy? You're gonna have something attached to your brain. It's like, yeah, I'm personally not gonna get a Neuralink, but the guy that got it that hasn't moved in like 19 years and can now move the mouse on his computer with his mind, it's a pretty big fucking deal to him. Like, holy shit.
it changes when it's coming with disabilities and when it comes to healthcare and stuff like that. It's just so profound with Life Force and all these Tadco at home and all these new technologies. I'm thanking for it because that helps me. It helps a lot of other people who are in need, and that's what a lot of these things are for. These are tools to help us so we can actually grow more forward. And the people that need them will now have access to it. And my dad has a pacemaker and everything like that. He's 84 years old. The technology's kept him alive for years. Like everybody else here, we've had all these new technologies. Now we can actually see what's wrong with it. We might be able to look underneath the hood for once, see what's going on under here, what we need, right? A little bit of oil. We don't look, we just assume. And then we go to a doctor when it's too late. Imagine we can have that technology tell us before anything happens so we can live past our 100 and be healthy and not broken down. That's exciting.
Yeah, I just saw last week they're using CRISPR now So what we have these cancers, right? The cancers, it's a tumor. They're gene sequencing the tumor, and these tumors are coming up with they're becoming resistant to the drugs that we have that are effective against them, which makes those drugs not effective, obviously, and that's been a real problem. So what they're doing now is they're infecting these tumors with viruses that have CRISPR systems that disable the genes that cause the resistance, so they restore the susceptibility to the medicine, right? Or to the treatment. It's just like
You
it's
know what?
incredible.
It's
And
incredible.
these things are built on, like, that's the thing about knowledge, right? It's like it's compounding. It's every next step is built on the previous one. So I think humans start getting like upset about like a certain step and point in time, but without realizing it's like this is just a step in the knowledge that we're building that's really going to change the way that we are able to heal ourselves. Not only heal ourselves through plants, but like there's some things that you just can't do with plants, right? There's some diseases that get so bad that they just take over the body. And whether it's blindness or repairing a gene that's like detrimental to a family that has Huntington's disease, or these cancers that are taking people out way too young, if we can defeat these things, we can keep people alive and have better lives. So
It's really cool about this, Ryan, because when I was on a plane coming back when I was in Europe last year, and the gentleman sitting beside me for 13 hours was Dr. Stephen Jones. So Dr. Stephen Jones was actually, I don't know why this is just happening. Sorry. Dr. Stephen Jones, he was the inventor of the CRISPR technology and talked about exactly what you're talking about. He showed me the presentation on how this was how they're actually going in and actually being able to go into the DNA. I had a great conversation with him about how terpenes took my pain away when Mark put 15 terpenes underneath my nose. That conversation led for 10 hours on a plane. And the technologies that are being produced now with cannabis and what's coming into that now, we're looking at how we can override and do certain things with these technologies and be able to actually change how we can actually, with using AI, be able to identify what's been going on now. As you know, like there's some things that are definitely changing right now on such a huge level that it's going to help life.
these AIs are identifying gene networks, right? When you're looking at like a plant that has hundreds of thousands of genes, it's kind of hard to tease apart the hairball of what does what, right? But they can analyze these patterns and figure out things that we just don't. We have our brains have a hard time sorting through that kind of data. And like I said, with the breast cancer, these AIs are able to identify patterns that we don't understand. And yeah, it's
If it
gonna
can reduce
really
suffering and increase quality of life, then that's an amazing thing to do with that tool. If there's nothing else that we do other than that, and obviously everything can be a double-edged sword in life, so make sure if you are cutting with it, you're cutting with the right side.
Yeah, and like, I get it with tools too. Like tools are just technologies, and technologies can be used for good or they can be used for, corporate interest. Like Monsanto was a chemical company, right? And then came to learn that there's this was it a bacteria, Mark? He's gone. I think it was a bacteria that produced a compound that had a resistance to their glyphosate, right? And so they started putting it into plants and realized that, hey, now the plants are resistant to glyphosate. But they were using biotechnology to create a situation that benefited their corporation, right? And that's very different from using a technology to benefit consumers or to benefit humanity, right? So people get all upset about the technology, but it's not really the technology that's the problem. It's the use of the technology that's the problem, right? And it's the same with like nuclear medicine. I mean, we can harness like nuclear power and make bombs with the byproducts, or we can make nuclear medicine compounds, right? That
Yeah.
allow us to do all this stuff in health and diagnosis. So it's
No
not the
bad,
technology that's bad, it's the use of the technology.
no bad tools in the world. You know what I mean? It's like even a bomb, like you say, like one day maybe a nuclear bomb will save the world somehow. But I do have another friend who actually is a banker, and his job, he's been with this one bank for many years, and his latest job that they put him in is he evaluates AI tech for investment for the bank, right? That's what he does. And he just says, he's like, dude, He didn't even tell me. He's like, he's just like too like he kind of had the look of someone who just like discovered porn on the internet or something like that. He's like, dude, this is scary. He's like, there's a lot of weird stuff out there, you know. So it's like obviously the tool is going to be used, and how they use the tool is really about the ethics of the people, not about the tool. Yeah. But
But
anyway,
it can lead to negative consequences. There's no doubt about it.
some pretty freaky shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Wild.
I'm here for it.
Well, we don't have a choice. I mean, like,
It can't be any freakier than taking 5 grams of mushrooms in a dark room, and I did that enough times that I'll check out whatever's coming. You know, I'm not promoting it and saying that it has, you know, but I'm hoping that it's good, that it's
What
good
really
enough.
freaks you out in the dark on mushrooms is when you light a zilch. You know what a zilch is, correct?
Zilch, nothing left. It's done. Zilch, finished.
No. It's what it was you got that really thin plastic that what like when clothes come back from the dry cleaners, and you tie it in a knot so it's more like a rope, and you light the bottom on fire, and then it drips down drop by drop on fire.
I'm out. The smell alone would destroy me. I'd
Oh
be like
no,
vomiting.
it's horrible, but it's also amazingly beautiful.
Yeah, I remember they did something like that with garbage bags. They'd stuff them into like little pipes, and then you'd throw the pipe in the fire and it would change the color of the fire. I can't remember what it was, but that was some hillbilly shit that I grew up with that reminded me of what you were talking about there.
Oh, definitely hillbilly shit.
Yeah. Well, those are my people, man.
They sell those now. They sell little fire color devices stuffed with little sticks stuffed with phosphorus and different things. Someone did that recently when they threw a bunch of little, like, what are you doing, man? They're throwing like, check it out, man. Look at the fire. It's all colorful, all these different colors. And I'm just like, whoa, dude, we're in like now we've got this big fire color smoke thing. Yeah, really weird. Like the
I
little,
was at a party on Halloween with my wife, and I met this wild, like he was dressed like kind of like he was out of Lord of the Rings, but after hanging out with him for a while, I was almost certainly this is how he dressed all the time. And he was like a crystal freak that like cut crystals, and he had he had these glasses that were like, I don't know, like a couple $1,000s or something. He custom made them, and he's like, here, put these on. And I looked out, and there was a fire show happening by the pool at this party, and all the fire, including his fire pits and all their fires, just turned purple. Reminded me of Purple City back in the day when we used to like stare in the lights near the oh, what was it? It was the politics building. I can't remember what they called it in Manitoba, but it was all around it. It had these lights that if you stared at them for like 5 minutes, and we did this when we were kids on psychedelics, every light in the city, including the moon and the sky, would turn like purple and stay purple for like a while. But so these glasses were super cool. Then he had, and I don't know if I still have this because I definitely had it on my computer. I took a video of it. He had like a big crystal in his hand, and he had this little laser that he pulled out, and then he was like taking rips off his vape pen, and with the laser he was blowing at the crystal, and the laser would like just shoot out in all of these multi-directional. And I guess later on I found out that he makes like crystals for like Disney and massive companies. Like I'm just like, what does this guy do? Like he's just a trippy crystal cutting guy. But I love meeting unique people, and I'll tell you, sitting at home just talking to the AI, you're not going to meet that guy. Long dead pause.
I said, of course not. I said, of course you're not going to meet that person. You have to go and mingle and see people and understand people and gain that rapport and find the energy that's going to help you see the future vision where you want to go. It's community collaboration. AI is going to help you see your vision and help you kind of push you forward. It's not going to hold you in lack. It's not going to second guess you. It's not going to say, "Oh, you're doing it wrong." It's going to give you some more context. It's not going to lie to you. It's just like, I have something here. It's the fastest way to understanding something, because it's going to give you the context behind it. It's going to help you, right? And it's going to help you grow. It's going to move things forward in your life. It's going to be absolutely honest with you, right? It's going to help you focus on on where you're going and your choices. And above all, it's a power teacher. I just wrote that down. That's what AI is.
AI is also used by scam artists to
Yeah.
fake a voice of a child and say they need help, and you have to send $1,000 to the con man right now.
There's that dude that I met. I found that video. There he is in the background. He's holding this crystal, and then he's like blasting it with light, and then he's blowing like vapor all over it. And it was so trippy in person. My phone is definitely not doing it justice. But check that dude out. Is that not a fucking dude that you want to hang out with?
Of course.
Dude, I love meeting characters. I love meeting characters. I think it might be time for another little dab. It's been nice little hash church gathering. I got a couple of plans in the future. Gonna have Jolly Roger from Puffco come on. I think that what that company has done in regards to the normalization of hashish use is, I don't think people have any understanding. Like there's tons of companies that have been a part of this way before Puffco came into being, although they have been around for 10 years now. But what Puffco did in particular, the numbers and the masses and how they just went about sort of mainstreaming these little devices. Yeah, got mine here. They've absolutely like increased the normalization of hashish consumption, and really like I just think that he'll be an interesting fellow to talk to. I've also invited a PhD chemist from Instagram, and I can't remember her name. She's an Asian woman. She's just been doing really cool things with molecules, and she does these great little presentations. She has a partner who I believe is also a PhD in chemistry, and they kind of have
Mayati?
like a yeah, exactly. Yeah,
She's awesome.
yeah.
And
So
Riley.
Yep.
And
What's
Riley
that?
Kirk. And Riley Kirk.
And Riley, exactly. So those are the two that I've invited. I'm going to try and get them here in the next little while. And just, of course, if you guys, know of anyone that would be exceptional, I think Dr. David Allen wants to come back and talk about a future project that he's looking at doing and come share with us. And so it's always a bit difficult to come up with a great show every week, because it's literally like at the end of this show, I got to kind of start planning it and getting in touch with people and making sure that people are going to arrive. But I really kind of like these shows as well, where there's no plan. It's just off the top. I mean, today we spoke about AI more than anything, which was interesting and definitely got the chat going pretty hard.
I have something that I'd like to talk with both Riley and Maya about, and maybe we could start that conversation with you guys today. And I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the basic strategy around crop steering that like Arroyo, the sensor company, and GrowLink, the intelligent the controller. They're the basic idea around just daily crop steering with nutrients and using different ramping up and maintenance shots and just anyway. One day I was looking at a crop steering diagram, and I was like, this really kind of also matches up with consumption patterns for people who are daily consumers. That there's this kind of nighttime phase 3 reset where you reset your receptor system, and then there's this kind of this ramp up of using in the morning, and then these maintenance shots throughout the day to maintain a certain baseline, and then this kind of reset at the end of the night, and then this full, so anyway, so I was looking at it, I was like, man, this really matches like how people consume cannabis. And not only that, it matches how people consume a lot of different substances. if you're a daily consumer. And I know it's like a super like, taboo subject to talk about people who smoke weed all day, every day of their life. But one thing that both those two researchers have been doing is kind of like focusing on the stoner and what is a real stoner and how it intersects, for instance, with people with who are neurodivergent stoners, and the common like, is it a chicken or the egg? Do neurodivergent people consume lots of cannabis, or does cannabis consumption and neurodivergence work together? And anyway, but just this idea of consuming a substance and trying to create a baseline almost the same way you would a anti-anxiety or anti-depression medication, where people are actually consuming all day to get an effect for their whole life. It's not like a party thing. It's not like a weekend thing. It's not like a get high with your friends thing. It's actually like, and stoners are kind of stigmatized by that word, like stoners, but really what they are is people who consume cannabis their entire life for whatever reason. And understanding those patterns and how we consume to best, suit our needs from the substance are things that people don't really talk about because stoners are stigmatized. And their research is really kind of highlight that. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out, like, Colin, I know you're thinking about it because I know you're a cultivator too, that if you just look at that diagram for ramping up maintenance and how that really meets what people are doing with their consumption patterns for all substances. They're trying to maintain kind of a baseline effect throughout the day. They're not trying to blow their whole day away by hitting everything with a super high shot right in the morning. You know what I mean? But then in order to get the same effect that you had in the morning, by the end of the day, you're consuming a lot more, because in order to get those to maintain that, those peaks.
Yeah, and well, it's funny you bring up Riley. I had a call with her this past week for like an hour, and we just really hit it off. Some mutual friend of ours put us together on just a random call, and she was talking a lot about quality and what constitutes quality and what are the metrics of it. And we started talking a lot about this, which is cultivation and cultivation-driven practices, and crop steering. Back to your point, is a really interesting, fascinating subject. I know Trim is another company that's been really focused on crop steering. There's a lot of techniques, to your point, and it's an interesting ideology, right? Like that you're giving small injections at certain times, and then there's this reset through photosynthesis that happens, which is that's a whole topic in and of itself. I think, I don't know if any of you guys have experimented with like lengthening your flowering times on certain varietals or certain lots of plants in certain rooms, but there's been interesting, compelling data that shows that, you adding an extra hour to the photosynthesis, cycle, call it, does a lot for the plants, responses in terms of resin production and stacking of internodes. And then also holding light back during vegging hours to get tighter internodal spacing. And or lengthening it. So I don't know if you guys have ever played around with that, but those are two subjects that perhaps we could really dive into and kind of uncover some ideologies there.
Cool. Well, we should get in touch with those girls and get them on here as soon as we can. Maybe they'll be down for next week if everyone that knows them. If you're talking to Riley, call and reach out. I'll try to reach out. I don't have her exact Instagram, so it's only when I see her come across although no, you know what? I've been keeping notes, and I've got her contact, Maya's contact, in a note that I made on my a Hash Church note, for contacts for everyone that we want to have on Hash Church in the future. And it's a lot to keep track of. A lot of people out there that have good information to share. And, it kind of reminded me now that it's, I wouldn't say a dead part of the conversation, but I was thinking that If the people that are watching, a good way to incorporate the people that are watching, I know you can ask questions at any time, but it's almost 12 o'clock. So we'll have about another hour left. And if there's any specific questions that you have or you want to get even shouted out, I'll kind of start using 12 o'clock to promote the people that are watching us just for a short little period of time. If you want to send me a message on Instagram or you want to say something in the chat room, if we can catch it, we'll get your message out to the world here, or at least 282 people that are watching.
And I get to talk about how I'm going to come over with you. I'm going to put in some kind of like a little rainmaker system. I'm going to be able to track all the people you want to have on House Church. We can send them some information through some bots and they can actually do some things and have meetings and just have this all identified for you. So you can have this all pre-planned and we can do some cool stuff around it. And I'd love to help you with that and promote the channel and get people more eyes on what we're doing here. So I'll definitely, if you don't mind, I'll give you a hand with that.
No, I absolutely don't want anything to do with any of that. No, I'm just joking. What? Thank you, Johnny B, for always being such a kind dude, man. I'm better off. I'm better off in my life having you in it. I'm better off in my life having all of you guys in it, for that matter. I really hope one day soon, when the brand starts taking off in the US, support your Bubble Man brand when you're out in those states that we're existing in, that I would love to have a big event, probably down in the US, where we could all gather and just have a Hash Church event where people that have been watching for a decade plus could come and link up with us, probably in California, probably like close to Wade. Head down, make sure Skunk Man Sam's in the house. And get everyone down there, because that would be pretty cool. I did meet, not meet, I have a friend who I bumped into at that party, at the Halloween party. And he is a pretty wild dude. He's like, yeah, I'm getting what did he say? I'm getting a cathedral. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, check it out. He pulls out his phone. He's like, me and my girl are moving into a cathedral. He met this girl like 2 months prior. They're getting this cathedral. He shows me pictures. It's got like 40-foot ceilings, like massive stained glass windows. And he was like, you should come and do some of your Hash Church there. So I may be doing Hash Church from a cathedral in the near future. People that are in and around BC, it would be cool if we got you to the cathedral, and then anyone else that wants to come in on Zoom is welcome to do that as well. But I thought that was a pretty good option. I've never had anyone be like, hey man, you want to do Hash Church at our cathedral? I don't know anyone with a cathedral. I'll be honest. This is the first person I know that has a cathedral. And wow, what a cathedral it is and was. So I'm looking forward to that. I better probably read after I ask people. Oh, go ahead, Wade. Perfect. I can read if there's any questions, and you can speak.
Thank you. I wanted to pipe up. We're talking about community and the feeling of camaraderie that exists in this group of folks, because we do this on the regular, and I for one very much enjoy our conversations. But this week, for some reason or another, seems to be Wade Laughter Week in Nevada County. For example, the first time in my life that I was in the newspaper was 51 years ago, and I was above the fold, and it was not good news. But yesterday I went to an event at the first vertically integrated, top to bottom, nursery right through to retail sales cannabis operator in Nevada County. It's a wonderful development in terms of, like 12 years ago, 2/3 of the people in this county thought that cannabis should be outlawed. Didn't work out that way, but anyway, it's changed quite a bit, and had a wonderful time. Saw many people that I know, but hadn't seen basically since COVID and I got sick. I've really been isolated. It's one of the reasons this is so wonderful to me. But yesterday, yeah, I saw literally hundreds of people at this beautiful farm run by a fellow named Juan Pentiago. I've known him a couple of years. He's a pretty special cat. Got a nice group of folk around him. Ran into some really interesting chemists. Dr. Mark, I want to talk with you at some point about something called pico cannabinoids. Anyway, back to what I was saying here. Check this out. This is the newspaper, our local newspaper. I'm being called out. The Board of Supervisors is doing a special recognition after they pass the new cannabis ordinance amendments that we've asked for. Yeah, they're asking me to come up and stand there and be acknowledged for, I think the way it's phrased is how I have helped to build community on all sides of the cannabis question. And specifically was pointed out to me that even with folks that I disagree, I treat them with respect and I work within the process of trying to change things. So I guess all of that's a way to say I feel very uplifted. I feel energized by all the people that I saw yesterday. And I'm looking forward to this thing on Tuesday because I'll get a chance to see some of the political elected officials that I've worked with over the years that are still on our Board of Supervisors. And so that'll be a lovely thing. I guess I would summarize, I would say it like that. I would summarize the importance of person-to-person contact, of actually sitting next to someone and holding their hand or touching their arm or getting a hug. Social media allows us to be anywhere we want in the world and to reach out and touch people that you might not be able to do that physically. But it's, for me, I'll say it like that. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. The person-to-person thing is deeply nourishing.
Wait, I have a question for you. Do you know
Yes, sir.
Jimbo Harrison in Nevada County?
Give
He's
me that
got a
name again.
reggae show.
Give me the name again, please, David.
Jimbo Harrison.
I've heard the name. I don't know that I know him.
Oh, okay.
I will
He's
look
the
for it.
one. He's the one who I saw my static tech on his hands.
Oh, wow. Another little piece of knowledge being dropped to the community without just on the super download. Sam always just hits you from like right field, as far out from the field as possible. I'm just going to drop a little knowledge. That's awesome, by the way. The recognition, Wade. That is very well deserved. I just asked ChatGPT to create an acknowledgement of Wade Laughter's work, and it wrote, Wade Laughter has made an extraordinary impact on the cannabis community and the lives of countless vulnerable, critically ill people. As a cannabis breeder and advocate, he dedicated himself to developing strains with significant therapeutic potential, most notably Harlequin, a high CBD strain known for its profound medical effects. His work in cultivating Harlequin and other strains helped bring attention to CBD's potential at a time when THC-dominant cultivars were primary in focus. His contributions have shaped not only the medical cannabis landscape, but also the broader understanding of cannabinoids' therapeutic potential. Beyond his contributions to cannabis genetics, Wade's advocacy extends deeply into compassion and community service. Through the Caladrius Network, he has worked tirelessly to provide education and resources for families with catastrophically ill children, bringing hope and relief to those facing dire health challenges. His approach combines empathy with scientific rigor, reflecting his belief in cannabis as not only a medical tool, but also a symbol of healing, empowerment, and care. That's awesome, dude.
Thank you.
It's all true, too.
See, AI knows you. That's pretty awesome.
Yep, spit that out in about 3 seconds. So that's awesome that you're hitting the papers and that you're able to get out and see a bunch of people and what you said about the importance of like being with someone, sharing that energy with someone. There's definitely something to be said with like your electrical and your frequencies interacting with another person's, frequency, vibration, whatever you want to call it. I mean, when you drop a pebble in a pond, it affects that pond. And when you drop your consciousness into another person and vice versa, it affects people. And you can make it affect them in a bad way if you want to be a troll and that's kind of your focus, but you can also use it to affect people in a really incredibly positive way. Sometimes wittingly and sometimes unwittingly. So I'll always celebrate that and agree with you on that, Wade, that I wish we could be if we were all in the same room together every single Sunday, I can't even imagine how much we would expand on what we've done just from being able, yet at the same time, I don't shit on the electronics tool that allows us to do this, the cameras and the microphones and the computers. It's pretty amazing that that tool allows us to sort of all project our focus and consciousness into this one little area where hundreds of other people, thousands over the course of the next 5 days, will watch and share with what we're sharing. Pretty cool.
That's I'm looking if you want to come up to Vancouver and be Hashish. I have a house. You guys can all stay here. We can do a big episode. We can have a little getaway here on a weekend. I go to these other places and some of them I'm with, and they get like 20 people together and they spend a weekend together and they stay around there and we have amazing ways to be able to collaborate and change. That's what I did with my last little group with AI. We went away and it was an amazing way to be able to see what we can do together. And that's great, Mark. I love that you're bringing that up there. And you guys, we got to start. It's time to do it. Let's schedule it. 2025's there. Make it happen.
Gotta happen. Well, I'm getting my waiver. I have checked off. I have 11 checks on my waiver, and I've checked off, I think, 6 or 7 of them at this point in time in order to get my waiver to come down to the US. So I'm actually, it's been almost 30 years since the last time I've been to the US. So once I can do that, I will come and visit each and every one of you. I can promise you that. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, good. I have some places to show you in the States that you're going to love.
Oh, dude, I bet.
I will come down. We will tour.
Yeah. It's going to be, I'll just get Kesey's old bus and we'll just jump in that and we'll just collect as many people as possible. And it'll be the, the Cannabis
I
and
want to
Hash
take you
pranksters.
to Gisrich Berry and Apple Farm in Watsonville.
I'm in. I'm definitely in. I'm down for all of it. You imagine 30 years since I've been to America. Like the last time I was well, not quite, but I think it was 98. I went and saw Fish at the Gorge, and I just haven't gone down to America since. Tried a couple months ago. I tried to go down to Portland for Legends of Hash, but they weren't having it. Although I was surprised at how nonchalant the border guard was. He kind of punched my name and he's like, "Oh, you got your waiver." And I'm like, "What?" And in that moment, I knew, I'm going to the room. This is not going how I want it to go. But he wasn't like, "You got your you've got a criminal record." It was just, he was super nonchalant. "Do you have your waiver?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Well, geez, you'll have to go over there then." He was just expecting me to pull out a waiver, give it to him, and then let me go. But I had not done the right, I had not jumped through the right flaming hoops to enter the great America. And so they turned me back. Although he did it very generously, he gave me some document that's called, it's called a withdrawal of application for admission consular notification. Basically, it's better than getting denied, right? If he says you're denied and they stamp you denied and they send you back, that is not just a waiver. That is a whole other thing that you have to do as well. So he was very generous in that sense. I've always been very just afraid of US customs, mostly from the experiences that I've had. And I know that my American brethren and sistren are the same way with Canadian customs. They can be very harsh. They can cause you great problems, but they are the gatekeepers in that sense. But these American guys were just nice and down to earth. There was no threat, I wasn't young anymore. I was just I knew what trouble could I get in? I'm just I just tried to go to the US. So hopefully in the next 6 to 8 months, I'll be able to come down there and spend some time with all of you guys.
Hopefully you will. So we just got to change the words.
When DJ Short was living up in Vancouver, he used to call going back down to the States permeating the membrane. Right. And it really kind of is that, no matter where you come from, you have to go through the big screen. And yeah.
He's not wrong there. I miss DJ Short.
I think it was that so many that we know went to the border and said they smoked weed and they got banned for life. We know them. And it's I don't even want to go to the border for that one reason. Because it doesn't just say cannabis. It's so what do you do about that? What's this? When it legalizes, I don't think you ever have a problem. I don't think there's going to be a problem. Because I
When it
mean,
federally legalizes, sure. But at this point in time, the membrane is the federal government that you have to pass through, right? It's like it's legal in Washington. It's like, that's fine. You're not in Washington when you're at the border.
a little
You're at
similar.
the federal government. That's where you are. It's just sliver of federal
And here's
government that goes right
But
across the
it's
whole
really
country.
interesting too. Like I worked down there. I got a visa to work down there, and so we went through this whole process with a lawyer to get me down there. And I showed up at the border, and what I don't think a lot of people realize, the guy that reviews your visa application is whoever you end up in front of, right? So it's not like there's someone that's qualified. It's like it literally could be some dude having a bad day, and you're just not getting in because you landed in front of him. And
True.
yeah, I had a little bit of a rough part. It wasn't too difficult. Um, but I had attended a specific border crossing where they already knew that I was coming through, or someone knew that I was coming through, and they were like a higher up in the organization, and the lower guy said, "No, no, you're not coming in today." And he went and spoke to his boss, and he was like, "Actually, you're good to go." So they gave
Oh,
me the N visa, and I walked in. It was quite an ordeal. Like, it was an epic thing because it was like, I didn't get the visa, I wouldn't have been able to do all that work down there. So
yeah, that's just
it'll be in
one
a book
person.
sometime.
If you think of all the people that are affected by not being able to come up and go down, it's like it goes beyond compelling speech. It's compelling meeting up in person. It's compelling sharing your frequency with another person in real time. Like the first time Sam came up here, not the first time, because I know he was here in the 90s at the Hemp symposium, I think whatever, 93 or 94 or whenever that was. But when he tried to come up to visit me, they were like, "Oh, you have like a charge from 1968. You got." They literally turned him around from something that was like 30 something years
Well,
old.
it
I
was
just
partly that, and it was partly that I had
the
flown
money.
in from Tokyo, and I only had $50 in my pocket.
I
My
remember
wife
because
was going to meet me in Vancouver with
yeah.
$1,000 or whatever, so we could spend some time there and then go down south. But they wouldn't let me in, and they kicked me out, and that's still on my record.
Yeah, of course. When you get kicked out, it's a big deal. It becomes a whole thing. So that could have kept us from hanging out. Like it's just a real bummer. And I get it. It's to protect the border and this, that, and the other thing. I get the official line of why they're there doing it, but it is unfortunate that
And
someone having a
and it
bad
was
day can,
ridiculous because,
well, totally
as you
ridiculous.
know, when I flew back to Seattle, I rented a vehicle, and
Yes.
within 24 hours, I was at your house.
I know. It was absolutely awesome. I was so
I
happy that
remember
you
that.
were
I
persistent.
remember you. I remember you guys coming down. And I met you down at Hill's place over on 13th.
Yeah.
At Yeah, and at the club. We went and toured the club and their little pharmacy, and we went and had lunch and drank tings over at Zuby's, I think it was, wasn't it? Something like that.
Tings at Zuby's. That's a good memory, dude.
You know,
I
I
love things.
Yes, you do. You buy them by the case, man. I've seen it with my own eyes.
if I didn't, I was born, I don't have a birth certificate. And if I didn't get a nice person at the federal building 32 years ago, I wouldn't be an American citizen.
AKA, you wouldn't be a slave to the IRS.
Well, actually, you know what? When I was 16, my mom gave me the option to exist or not exist. She basically said, she's like, look, you've got a school record, you've got some doctor records, but basically you're not in the system. But to move forward in life, we're going to have to put you into the system. I had some kind of weird proxy social security number kind of thing. And at 16, she's like, okay, well, we can start this. But she gave me the option, because we didn't have a birth certificate because I was born at home in Big Sur, but also because my parents thought that the Vietnam War was going to go on forever and their children would one day get born and drafted into Vietnam War, which was kind of crazy. But actually, that happens now in the Afghanistan war. That did happen where people were born during the war and 18 years later signed up. Um, anyway, but I didn't have a birth certificate. And they said, you can't leave the country. So like, if you leave this country, well, first of all, you can't leave. But if you ever do and you try to get back in, you can't come back in because you don't have a passport. You're not an American. And I had no proof at all that I was an American. And I was like, and I was a voter and I was a taxpayer and all that. And they're like, nope, it's kind of complicated. You are not an official citizen that gets a passport. And I got a nice person at the federal building, and she basically said, like, well, let me just do something for you. And let me check. It shows that you were born in 1969. There was a census taken in 1970, and there's a chance that you were counted on the census. And it took me weeks of documents sending around, blah, 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 pre-internet world. And finally I was counted literally a week or two or a month or two before we moved way deep into the sticks where no one would have ever found us. And because of that, they said, okay, you are now a citizen, you have a passport. And none of that would happen today. Right? None of that. For one, it's like you don't get, the bureaucracy has all been digitized. You don't get like the option to have like a, nice person on a nice day. But yeah, I was lucky to get a passport, lucky to become a citizen. But still not fully fully not completely an American, I'd say. But yeah.
Wow, that's that could have gone either way. If it wasn't for the travel aspect and being able to not leave the country and come back, because that's the deal breaker right there. That's the deal breaker.
That was it. Well, my mom, my mom who's like straight gangster, like old school, she knew, she's like, look, you might want to stay offline forever, but that'll be really complicated going through life. But I'm going to give you kind of that option at 16 to kind of like choose how crazy, you want to be in terms of, homegrown, non-existing human being. But yeah, travel is a big one. And that's what made me decide to be who I am, an American citizen.
Good decisions were made back then, right? Make right decisions. It changed.
Well, you would have been a nomad on the land. I mean,
Well,
you didn't have access to anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the point of that whole movement of all those beatnik back to landers was like, we didn't want to exist. So they disappeared from the system. They didn't have driver's licenses. They didn't have utility bills. They didn't have any proof that they were actually existing. And so in some kind of weird extension of that, it was my, how much of this system do you want to be a part of? And I enjoy being a part of the system, to be perfectly honest. I enjoy being able to participate. But there was a certain amount of my community and culture that we grew up with just didn't agree with it and wanted to stay. And I know people that are still out there in the sticks, that have never wanted to be a part of
the sheet system, man.
Yeah, man.
We should recognize. I'm sure Marcus knows this story, but in the when the Vietnam War was on, there was all these draft dodgers that came up to Canada, and they kind of settled in these two places. One of them being Nelson, British Columbia, and the other one was a place called Killaloe, Ontario. And just all these American expats that kind of like Mojave, they didn't have a number in Canada, they didn't have a social security number. And they were off grid, and one of the only things that they could do was grow cannabis, right? And so Nelson is actually and Killaloe are both big kind of cannabis clandestine cultivation areas. And I don't remember many years ago, it must have been at least 8 years ago now, maybe longer. But they put up a statue in Nelson, BC, kind of in recognition of all these people that had contributed so much to Nelson developing. And I remember Fox News like freaking out, like that these were war criminals that had, escaped justice from the United States and they should be brought back down to the United States and tried. And here we were as Canadians that were honoring these people that were deserters, right? Cowards or whatever, however they wanted to put it. But there's a whole thing that really shaped a lot of the way that cannabis was in Canada by folks that were escaping the war.
I swear I mentioned that today, that the Kootenays became the Kootenays because of these American draft dodgers. coming up, bringing seeds, planting plants, growing weed, bringing that whole Cali weed culture and that knowledge up north and in those particular places too. I mean, Nelson is the heart of the Kootenays. It's a really cool fucking town. And there was a time in the 90s, and I'm sure it was probably like that in the 80s as well, where holy Christ, there was kids that would run weed across the border, like right from Nelson, right over the border. They, little kids with pagers, 11 and 12-year-old kids. I'm sure it was the same in some of these places in California. And it was just wild. It was so weed culture. It was just so, and when the DEA, funny enough, would spend money to be like, hey, we'll bring you helicopters, or we'll fill your helicopters up with gas. We'll fund you finding these people. I'm sure it wasn't a coincidence that they went to places like Nelson, set up, local police did roadblocks in Nelson's in the 80s and 90s looking for gardening supplies. Like if you had shovels and pots and earth, you could get in real trouble just from being pulled over at a roadblock. I went through those roadblocks in the early 90s when I went the first time to Nelson with the Holy Smoke guys, Alan Middlemiss and Paul DeFelice and Dustin Sunflower, and I helped them plant a crop of this cultivar I will never forget called the A1 Magenta. Oh my goodness, I wish that could come back to into existence. But we mixed soil. We created, our own soil on tarps, and then we, had to go up onto the mountain and dig holes, and we had to get the plants and the soil up them. It was just an incredible experience to be a part of. It wasn't my grow per se. I never got a part of it. I ended up smoking some of it for sure. But it was just really me interning for the experience. And I think that was 91 when we were there.
Was
And
the A1 an Afghan variety?
It definitely was an Afghan variety.
They were skunk crosses. They were. I still actually have seeds of A3.
Oh
Mark
my
Henry.
God. That first one smelled like it was like coffee, and it was very purple-esque, not like dark purple, but like lavender colored weed. Not quite as pronounced as what's behind you on the screen there, but Ryan, but definitely, yeah, I'll never forget the A1 Magenta, man. That's amazing that you have some of those seeds.
Yeah, well, I've got the A3. They used to call it the A-frame back in the day. That was one of they had a whole bunch of different lines that were related to that stuff. So I don't know exactly how tied in it is. It's
How
interesting.
amazing. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was
No, I
just
was
going to
just
say,
gonna
you go.
do it. I found an interesting coffee plant fairly recently. We're actually calling it Coffee Crisp. I actually might rename it after my friend Craig that passed away. But it's an OG cookies variant that when we selfed it, it kind of segregated and produced all these different types. And one of them had this real nose, like kind of a bit of a coffee nose, similar to like a Bubba.
Mm.
But it has its own unique thing. Like it really has its own unique thing, and it's super strong.
So you're
At least
calling it
percent.
Coffee Crisp, but you might name it
Well,
after Craig?
Yeah. Well, that was the tentative name was Coffee Crisp, and then Craig actually grew it this summer. Um, and then when I moved, I sold the house and moved, and he had the only copies of it. And I said, take cuttings off the branches. And so he'd never taken cuttings before. He was kind of figuring it all out. So he
Wow.
got some cuttings from this little bit difficult to root plant and kept them alive. And I picked them up for him for a week before he passed away. So it just seems fitting that he gets.
So what do you name it? You name it Coffee with Craig, or do you name it Coffee from Craig? Coffee from
I
Craig.
don't know. I'm open to suggestions. If anybody's got good ideas in the chat, rip them off. And
Awesome.
we'll make sure some get to whoever if they get chosen from their name. But yeah, I like going to the community for names. I did another plant years ago called that we ended up calling Calazar. It was that California orange, that AE California orange clone that used to go around in all the forums, crossed with a shishka berry line that I had been working on. And someone in the community came up with the name Calazar, so that's what we went with.
You still have those seeds? You have
Oh,
still
I've got Calazar. I keep like at least 1,000 of everything in the vault. I never sell out a variety.
Love to see some of those. I'd love to grab some of those. That's a
100%.
Sugarberry back in my
Craig's Coffee Shop was one that just got mentioned.
Craig's Coffee.
Listen,
I like that.
Yeah.
Craig's Coffee.
That's not bad.
I like
That's not
Mark's suggestion. That's great. That's awesome.
If you want to do some shishkaberry work, dude, I've got a number of really, like, I would call them improved shishkaberry lines. They're hybrid lines, but they've got all the good characteristics of shishkaberry. So if you want to actually break into a bunch of them, then we'll set it up. We'll do some DNA extractions, and we'll do it right.
And do
Cool.
you have the both the lines there, Ryan?
The yellow and the red, yeah, and a bunch of hybrids of each.
Ooh.
Perfect.
So,
Yeah.
I
No,
tend to collect stuff. Like, I'm nuts with that stuff. Like, I don't just make seeds and sell them out. Like, I'll always keep 1,000 and put it in the vault for
yeah.
just
A
these.
rainy day?
Yeah, well, I've always hoped that legalization would happen enough that we'd be able to get a big ass facility and just do it. And truthfully, I have too many seeds, and honestly, like, I'm actually in discussions right now to buy a breeding company in Europe, um, with some really interesting folks that have been doing some cool work over the last 20 years. And just the situation in their country is not really open to that type of work anymore. And a lot of it's hemp, but the guys that are doing it are real OGs, and I want to keep their work going. So we're gonna collect more seeds, which seems insane. With I have like 3 lifetimes worth of seeds, but and we're always making more as well. So that's kind of the crazy part. But like, interest in cannabis populations just can't go away or fall into the wrong hands, or I'd like to set up a foundation and just keep the work going, right?
Yeah.
Foundation.
You're maybe you're even like some kind of genetic resource or something. I'm not like a resource center. I don't know. We'll figure it all out. But you know, these things have to be kept alive and available to people. It's kind of like the heirloom, every heirloom plant variety work, right? Like, these things need to be shared because we're going to be changing the way that we breed the plant soon coming up. And even growing the plant, I think we'll get to real uniform from seed crops. Um, and For some people, that's fantastic, right? It changes the game for being able to plant crops from seed. But there's also going to be the people that want to keep making hybrids and screening, doing whatever, pheno hunts or whatever. So we got to keep all this stuff alive for somebody that if they want it down the line.
It's all
Yeah.
about paying homage for sure, and not forgetting as you travel into the future to not forget the past and not forget your roots. I did a post on some I had a really nice piece of Afghan hash that a friend of mine had the other day, and I took a picture of it, and it just looked like cake. I put it up on my Instagram, but I wrote a little thing that was basically, there's something pure and perfect about a traditional Afghani hash, a reminder of where it all began. This hand-pressed beauty carries the wisdom of centuries, rooted in the craft and devotion of generations. As we continue to push boundaries with new processing techniques, because that's what we love, elevating hash to a new level of refinement, we must always honor our origins. Because the traditional hash is more than a product, it's a legacy. It's a bridge between the ancient world and the future of hashish. So I like to always say, let's remember our roots as we reach for higher heights. I'm not personally smoking that hash all the time, but just to be around it and hold it and feel it and smell it and burn a little bit was a really, really nice experience. And it reminded me, as I'm taking this like almost blind, like running as fast as I can into the future to try and refine cannabis resin to the highest purity that I can possibly achieve, while also using material that was grown to the most perfect expression that could be achieved. The combination of those two things just takes you into the stratosphere. But never forget, and that's what Legends of Hash was always about too. We always wanted to pay homage to the hubbly bubbly, to that old school smoking culture, to how they went about collecting plants, right? They weren't growing from a clone in Afghanistan. You'd have a variety of varieties in that field that were all getting processed into a hash, and that sort of created what that magical profile was. So just paying homage to the past, and you do that with your seed work as well. And if only we collected and maintained all, we don't want to lose things. If you made something amazing, that's great, but the thing that you made it from, hold on to that.
Yeah,
You got to
especially because today the truth of it is that traditional land races worldwide are being polluted with foreign genes, and we better grab it quick.
For real.
Well, yeah, they've been doing it for a long time. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. And Marcus, I know you've got quite a collection. Yeah, I use this term called cannabis fashion. I mean, it's kind of like the mini skirt, or not the mini skirt, bell bottoms. Like, how many times have bell bottoms been popular and they kind of recycle, like every 10 years
I
they
like
can
mini skirts more than bell bottoms, but go ahead.
Sure, sure. But I mean, it's like it is the fashion aspect of it, right? Like trends that were popular once coming back, they come back, and plants have renaissances, right? So much love to the people that are truly preserving stuff, not just names. Like, a lot of people get like two plants out of a seed and they cross them together and they say, "Oh, I've kept this line alive." It's like, well, kind of. You got some plants from it or some seeds from it. It doesn't mean it's going to be like the original, but you know, yeah, it'll be nice when we get to a place where we can start really preserving these things. It's like that guy in the States that collects all the old apples. I don't know if you've seen him. He's got like 500 excisions old tree that
Dude,
he's
that guy is a like protect that man at all costs
yeah,
and
yeah.
protect his collection. I pray that when he moves on, that someone in his family is inspired to keep that going, or some other Apple geeks and people that are obsessed with that. Because yeah, I've seen the picture of him sitting at the table with like, I don't know, 50 apples that
Yeah.
basically wouldn't exist if it wasn't for him.
100%. And apples is very similar to cannabis. I mean, it's an obligate outcrosser, not obligate outcrosser, but it's highly polymorphic. So like the seeds that come off the apple tree or out of the fruit,
Dude,
they don't reproduce the parent.
they couldn't be
Um,
further from the parent, in fact. They're
yeah,
about as far from the parent, and which is funny because the term "the apple does not fall far from the tree" is like, yeah, it does.
yeah, very misleading. Yeah. Yeah, the cannabis is the same way, right? Like that's why, there's this pheno hunt thing where people go looking through. It's really important to understand that the seeds that you often get aren't going to be like the parent. That's why I find it so funny when people say, "Oh, I got the chem dog pheno in this cross." It's like, no, you didn't. Like you got like again, and that's why characterization is so important, right? Like until somebody characterizes the plant and say, "Hey, these are the compounds that are in it. This is the smell. This is the cannabinoid range." That gives you a guidance for what to look for in the population. And then to understand there's nothing wrong with the other plants, but they're just, you know, it's like naming some. It's like if we started calling Marcus's son Marcus, right? It's like no, he's not the same guy, right? He's a different.
Definitely
Not
different.
only that, but a lot of people trying to conserve or preserve a land race are doing it with really small numbers of plants. And you've got to grow a couple thousand males and females and let them freely pollinate, or you lose genes every reproduction cycle.
Yeah.
I
Well,
agree
and yeah, yeah.
with you guys. It just
Land races are like they already are. Like that's really the definition of a land race is like a heterogeneous population of heterozygotes, right? So it's not what people think of as a strain. Like it's not one thing, right? Like they're really a series of plants that were bred for use by a culture, right? Like be it like the Thai stick culture or the hashish culture in Afghanistan.
And if you're
Um,
planting them, no matter how many you're planting, are you not now reducing the validation or the definition of what a landrace is? Now you're involved, even if you're letting them
No,
freely.
land races do include human beings. It's a
Okay, we're
combination
part of
of
it.
human beings
Well,
and the
yeah,
environment.
they include the reproducers of the culture, but like Mojave said the other week, when you take the landrace out of the environment and go into a different
Hmm.
culture, it's not the same thing,
No,
Not
right?
exactly.
that's true. Although
Well,
I
the
guess
line,
you could try to use a phytotron and imitate the area it comes from, but you'd have to do altitude, humidity, soil. I mean, it's not easy.
but
But
and the
I think the most important thing is you don't want to lose genes if you're trying to
right,
maintain a land race. And
right,
that means you need large numbers and freely pollinating.
Right, and no one's doing that. I mean, you buy a
Uh-oh.
landrace,
Looks
you
like
get
Fletch
10
heard
seeds.
us talking.
uh-oh. And Ryan, the line was when it leaves the land, the race is over.
Right,
Just
there you
just
go.
in terms of it, just because. But no, that's where I think the conversation around land race in situ and ex situ is really important. Land race in situ is the complete package of the geography, the culture, the land, the genetics, the whole thing. Landrace ex situ, which is really what everyone is trying to do and not necessarily doing properly, is just the genetic component. It's like I've captured enough of that gene pool that I can say that this is that landrace, but no longer there with those people. And the amount and the size that has to be, to your point, Ryan, because for it to be a dynamic population, not a narrow population, is very large. And most of these people who are selling it as a landrace in seed companies are working with really, really narrow.
They're
It's just,
wrong. I mean,
it's a word. It's a
I
marketing tool.
don't like them calling it land races. I mean, it's fine to say this is a selection from a land race,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
But to say it's the land race is just totally misleading and kind of wrong. How are you, Fletch?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good to see you,
I
man.
was just thought about this. I'm kind of on the other side of the globe, and I popped in. You guys were having a good conversation, so I just figured I'd pop in and listen. And
Well, we're glad you did, man. You got a big fatty joint. You got the coveralls on, looking for like Farmer Fletch. I like it.
hitting the tractor all day.
Hell yeah,
Where are
tractor
you?
clothes.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Hawaii.
Oh, lovely, beautiful.
Yep. Just hanging out, smoking. I was interested in your guys' conversation about like land races and consistency among populations. And like one thing that I find interesting in cannabis compared to a lot of other agricultural crops is that the amount of um, things that we're looking for, traits that we're looking for, that like how do you have a heterozygous population? Is it what traits are you picking to say it's heterozygous for? Growth traits, size, plant potency, flavor, whatever it is, because you could have a population that you grow a 1,000 seeds of it and they all look the same, but they all smell different. Is that heterozygous or not?
Well, for some traits, yeah, you're right. I mean,
All
that's a very good.
cannabis is heterozygote unless you've made it homozygote.
Or maybe I used the wrong term there. Excuse me. I meant homo.
Well, no, it's you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. You're in fact you're exactly right. These things become homozygous for some traits, but they remain heterozygous for other traits, right?
That's
And
kind of
that
my point, is that there's I think a significant amount of confusion in the space between what that means and how that applies to your breeding practices and all that kind of stuff. And I always find it funny when, just everybody's talking about this stuff, but nobody's even, and not you guys, but just like when you're reading on the internet, someone's like, why isn't this land race, perfect from scratch? Or supposedly if you buy land races, you'll be able to like get rid of the Hermy gene. And it's like, that's not, that has nothing to, that specific trait being homo or heterozygous isn't, it has nothing to do with whether or not it's land race or not, to me.
The real plain fact is that if you want to maintain land races, you absolutely need large populations, and ideally they need to be grown where they evolved from. But I think it's much more important to have a large population because otherwise, in just a few reproductions, the gene frequencies are completely different and changed.
it's hard for people to understand that in your context because few people like you have grown hectares of plants for
Yeah,
maintaining
and also they confuse tomatoes with cannabis. Tomatoes are are homozygote, which
Yeah,
means
they're self right.
when
They're
you
self
pollinate them to themselves, they produce children that are just like them.
yeah. Yeah. That's yeah, selfing species versus outcrossers. It's really important thing to understand. And people that are used to buying tomato seeds or pepper seeds or even corn seeds and planting them, they all come up looking the same. And then they go to cannabis and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to buy 3 White Widow seeds," right? And they think that they're going to get all the same thing. It doesn't work that way. So unless, you know, the real breeding's really been done on.
Yeah, when I imported seeds from Afghanistan, and we grew large amounts of them, thousands, and we tested them by gas chromatography, what we found out was that 25% of them were high in THC, 25% of them were high in CBD, and 50% of them were somewhere in between. So they're extremely heterozygous.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Well, and that
it
go
goes
ahead,
both ways though. It goes. I was just thinking about it. I was like, objective, just being completely objective about it. It's like a bag seed could be as important as a well-worked line, right? And the importance of how heterozygous or not that is to commercialization doesn't matter, right?
Exactly.
And we talked about this before with Mojave, like I want to work all the lines all the way down and spend all this time with every single thing and catalog it all, but it's at the end of the day, like you said really well, Mojave, is that time going to result in all the effort that you put are you going to get the results you wanted from that? And I think that question's yet to be answered. And through breeding, I think we'd love to chase these, like, I'm going to stabilize this or do that. But, to be real, like, I think, Fletch, you've done a great job of just understanding your tool chest and knowing how things interact and reacting well to it. And you've put out really great work because you were deep knowledge of that tool chest. And it really shows, and you've really, I'm not trying to blow smoke here at all. I'm just trying to call it as it is. Like, you've actually done the work where most people don't. And that takes time. It takes effort. It takes real true passion to catalog a tool chest of things that you deeply understand and resonate with, and then grow them individually and then understand that. That's just deep work, and that I don't see any breeders out. I would love to think there are breeders doing that work, but it's just not the case. A lot of the time,
if they are, they can show you the jars. And I think that's one thing I'm known for, is showing up with the jars. We can sit here and talk about it all day, but how about I just show you the results? How about that? And I think it's not, it's a willingness to put in the work, but to agree with Sam, it's population size is a huge part of it. Just being being willing to risk it and pop 1,000, 2,000 seeds per year, every year for the last decade. It makes a difference. And I don't mean just popping them and growing them out, but popping them, taking clones, preserving them, running through them a couple times, the best ones, actually doing your research. And it's, I'm thankful for having access to, and preserving the genetics that I did when I had access to them. That's a huge part of it. And then it's just popping seeds after that. You can assume to know everything about whatever, but at the end of the day, until I pop the seeds, I really can't tell you anything about what that hybrid's going to be exactly. And that's why I think there's so much misinformation and honestly just straight up lying in the seed business, because nobody grows any of this out, but they make all these assumptions and all of these promises about the seeds that they're making, and they've never even grown them. They barely even grow through the actual parents themselves, or they acquire the parents from someone else and don't even know what they're working with. I mean, it's really a disgrace to the actual craft of this, of what 98% of the seed companies do.
100%.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for years. The biggest threat to the cannabis gene pool is the cannabis seed market. Right? It's such a weird dichotomy.
And at the same time, it's what spread it to around the world to so many people.
Well, and that's to cannabis's credit and the breeding system that you were talking about being an outcrosser. Like, that's the one thing that being an outcrosser does, is it provides a population with a vast amount of genetic variation, so that no matter where you move the population, there's going to be some plants that survive. Right? And that's how the autos came.
I myself love beno hunting, and I did some that were 20,000 of one single variety, and
Yeah,
that's serious.
well, and that's what Colin's saying, like, I think it's kind of what Colin's saying about, and I agree, like, breeding for stability is great and it serves a purpose. But there is also something in, like, as we know, some of the better plants that have come into the market that, Fletch and myself and many people have worked with, these things are found in bag seeds, right? They're accidental hybrids that come up and somebody stumbles upon them and finds that it's unique and special in some way. And then when you breed that plant, the things that make it special don't appear back in the next generation, right? So one of the things that we're working on, they've got all these new bio approaches, and there's actually approaches where you can find a hybrid clone or a cultivar, and then you can use biotechnology to create a seed population that reproduces that clone in a seed form. Right. And so you essentially, people can stumble on these incredible things, and then, you can give the plant to me or license the plant to me, and I can make a seed line that is all exactly the same as the seed. Right. And they're no good for breeding. I mean, they're no better for breeding than the clone is, but at least now you have a plantable unit from seed that you can plug into a system and grow from seed. Right. So, like, there's the science that we figured out over the last 30, 40 years in all these other species, we can now apply that to cannabis, using things like CRISPR. So it's like, it's the time that we live in is absolutely insane, right? Like, it's knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge that we're just compounding. And these tools that once seemed esoteric, they're becoming cheap, right? Like gene sequencing, like I said, genome sequencing, you can get done for $5. It used to cost millions, right? But then it was down to thousands. And then the medicinal genomics guys got it up to like high hundreds, right? But now if it's down to like $5 a sample, you can actually think about, hey, okay, we're going to take 5,000 seeds and each we'll spend the $25,000 to use genomics to truly improve a variety, right? Like, it's pretty remarkable. And it's just evolution. And
Where are you finding it for $5? That's sounds like, I feel like
well,
I'm
I've gotten this. It's not a commercial thing. It's with a university, so they've got it down to the pure cost. And the sequencing platform isn't just built for one company. It's built for a bioinformatics institute. So the yeast guys use it, the crop guys use it, the medicine guys use it, right? So that machinery is amortized across so many different people. Um, and then what they do is they develop a pipeline and a system so that it's like, okay, we're going to germinate 2,000 seeds. The cost is 10 grand, and get your results in 4 weeks. So
amazing.
it's a different world, right?
I think the toughest part about trying to use genomics breeding for cannabis is just that the amount of traits that we're looking for in particularly flower. Now, resin's going to be probably a little bit easier, but the more traits that you want, like it smokes good, it does this, it does that, the plant grows a certain way, etc., they tend to be qualitative markers more than they are actual genetic markers or singular genetic markers. And until we figured out what all these different gene sets do, you might, let's say we're just looking for lemon in a lemon peel cross or something like that. We might get all these plants from our research that all show that they're heavy in the lemon, and you move those forward in the breeding program, but are those the plants you want to grow for other reasons? And then that becomes, I think the best part of that tool is to use it to take really large populations and whittle it down really fast and then still do the qualitative work.
100%. That's exactly what you do. But it allows you to go from 10,000 to 1,000. If you only got room,
That's right, exactly. Or 100,000 to 1,000, right? So that exactly.
100,000 is like 500 grand cost, right? So it's like, at one point in time, does it become prohibitive? But you're not wrong. I mean, it's like you said, if you're growing 2,000 seeds a year for screening, but you can start 10,000 and get down to 1,000, that's a big deal.
Well, and 1,000 that I know are like, if I did a population hunt, found that the 3 out of the 100 of my initial hunt had this gene on, and then I pop 10,000, only keep the plants that have that gene on, and then run only those 1,000. I'm effectively hunting 10,000 theoretically.
Yeah, but the other side of the equation is that you can use, like, truth is a lot of agriculturally important traits that we use for cannabis that have nothing to do with quality, have to do with production metrics and the genetics involved in those. Those traits are known by plant scientists, right? And so they really can, like, they were actually doing this in corn and soy. The guy that I'm working with was doing this with corn and soy, and they had like they would have the breeders go into the fields and use their methods like you and I do, and they would select plants. 95% of the time, the guys using the markers were choosing the same plants. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So, it's when you start layering these, it's like you said, and this gets back to the point that Wade was making before, right? I mean, it's these machine technologies are cool and all, but there is something about the humans that exceed these machines, at least for now. And I think that probably goes on for a long time because we have all these ways of walking in. I mean, same thing, you walk into a grow room, it's like, oh yeah, I got a grow room, they're going to identify all the problems. When I walk into a grow room, and I'm sure you guys are the same way, you're not just smelling and seeing, you're hearing, right? You hear when there's a system down, you hear when there's a fan gone, you hear when there's there's something wrong with the pump or the emitters, right? So it's like it's an immersive experience going into a room. And if you're working in that room all the time, just like your friends, you get to know your friends, you get to know the room and the sounds of the room, right? So yeah, AI is not going to be perfect, but it's a great technology to assist us. But I think it at least for some time, it's just going to be an assistant, right? And it'll make us better. There's no doubt about it. It'll make us better. But you know, we have learned things by living. I mean, Fletcher, you are a custodian of this plant, right? I mean, you've lived with this plant like I have for so long that I always laugh when I see these like scientist guys that are coming, oh, we're gonna come in and show these stoners how to breed. It's like, yeah, like you've got like 18 months under your belt learning this plant. Like when you have 20 years or 25, 30 years under your belt, you look at the plant in a different way. You see things that you wouldn't otherwise see. Um, so I don't think we can get rid of the humans.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that they're all tools. It's your tractor doesn't do anything without someone driving it, unless you've got those row crop automatic tractors now. But technology continues to improve. But like you said, layering these technologies onto each other and then putting them into field tests and into practice is essentially just doing traditional work, but using these tools to reduce the labor, investment, cost, time, et cetera, to accomplish the same goal. It's CRISPR and those technologies, while I think valuable, I think the most valuable plants are created with traditional breeding methods, but using the technology to find those plants created naturally rather than gene altered.
Yeah, I mean, that's a matter of perspective, but for sure, it depends on the traits
At least on a personal level. Now, to a big business that's trying to accomplish just one thing, then the CRISPR might be the most valuable on a monetary terms. But I think being able to create that naturally has the most valuable to the genome.
Well, the other thing that keep in mind is there's a lot of things that happen by chance that will, with too much information, will not happen, right? And I think that leaving room for that is important. And I think through population is the only way, as Sam said, and he's always said, because you're not going to see the breadth of it all, right? And you're not going to be able to see the things that really are truly happening in a population. So it's important. I mean, I grew 30,000 C99 seeds, and I'll tell you, man, I saw insanely amazing things out of it. I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it when we were doing it. I was like, there's no way. And through that much seed, you're going to see some really neat things.
I still have my original pack from Mr. Soul. I traded him bubble bags in like 2000 or 2001 for his C99.
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, it was something
I only got 10 though, not 30,000. So,
what was the background of C99?
I don't even know. Maybe Fletch, you remember what it was? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a supposed like bag seed Jack Hare or something from a coffee shop in Amsterdam crossed with. Do you remember what it was, Ryan?
Yeah, it was actually from, I don't think the parent was unknown. It wasn't from a coffee, or maybe it was from a coffee shop, but what it was Sensi seeds used to have a coffee shop right across from their shop on the corner of I can't even remember what it is. It's the street that goes across from Damrack, right near the hotel you used to stay at, Mark.
Where the Hash Museum is.
Yeah, right, and that it was right across the street from that, and they would actually sell flower that was growing in their little seed shop. They had a little seed display, and Mr. Soul, I think, worked there for a while, and he bought some bud from that place next door and pulled it out of something that was supposedly Jack Hare, and the pollen parent was unknown, but he assumed it was like Shiva skunk or something like that, some NL skunk cross.
But he took that and crossed it to something and then did the BX1, BX2, BX3, the 75, the 83, the 99, whatever it was, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but like to be real, man, I saw a bunch of really skunk leaning stuff through the population that I was like, what's this? What's going on over here?
I'll
Like
say this much. The
Well, that's
only
exactly
thing I've
what it
ever
was.
smelled in any C99 is skunk number 1.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it reminded me of. It was like, but there was, it was, I don't know. From growing it, a lot of respect. That's from seeing when I saw.
But listen, the timeline that he was at the coffee shop in Amsterdam too, I would say everything was skunk number 1. When I first went to Amsterdam in 95, everything was skunk number 1. It was fruity skunk everywhere. And of course, it was the first thing I bought at a coffee shop on the Damrack, very close to the Krasnopolski hotel, on the way to the greenhouse before I got to know the greenhouse and kind of make that my spot because it was so close. I went to this other place. I don't even know what the name was, but it was 95. And the first thing I ever bought was a couple grams of skunk number 1. And I remember being like, oh, weird. It's fruity, not skunky.
I don't know who did that. He should be shot.
Yeah,
Whoever covered Amsterdam in that skunk number 1, man, just
dude, blanketed
someone
the
needs to find
world.
him.
Genghis
Dude,
Khan.
it's a perfect
Genghis Khan.
perspective, right? Like how negative can you be? You're actually upset that he bred the skunk out of skunk number 1 instead of just being like happy that he exists and did all the work that he did. Focus on that.
I mean, I think one of the, the books that you guys wrote, I feel like nobody even reads those things anymore. And those were the best. I mean, as an early grower, early 2000s, that was the, marijuana horticulture, RCC, all those books that you guys did. Those were the best resources out there.
They were the only resources. They were
But still the best. There was not much. BTGA was the forum that existed with like Vic High. I remember being on there, but there wasn't much at all, if at all.
I mean, marijuana horticulture was the Bible for me.
So check this out. This is a sage cut from 95. This was the sage, the unknown plant back cross to the chamba, and then I had a couple of females that I selected, and this was the one that I didn't really like that much.
Hold it in front of in your body or your face. Yeah, in front of your face is perfect. It won't disappear, but the background. So yeah, that looks similar to the A1 magenta in a lavender color.
So what the cool part is that I didn't like it. I didn't like it as much. And anyway, it's the only one that survived. And the one that was way more hazy was the one that didn't make it. But this one survived. I haven't grown this for literally 28 years or so, and I finally grew it, and it's a sick, kind of a weird plant, and I just put the nose, and it's so skunk 1. It's so obviously skunk 1. And it's so weird because I haven't smoked or grown or even seen a lot of skunk 1 since I lived in Amsterdam, but it's just so like flashback to like Dutch coffee shop. And I knew it then, but didn't really resonate with me. So and this is the parent that made almost all the sage seeds that were ever sold, so it is definitively skunk 1 in sage. And it's probably just a haze skunk that I got out of a seed that fell out of a bud that Rob gave me to roll a joint someday. But it was wild that like 30 years later, finally going like, oh yeah, it's definitely skunk 1. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, Oh no, it's definitely
Dude,
skunk.
that's the difference between doing real work and breeding strong genetics. Because, and I remember when I first met Dave, he was like, anything that has skunk number one in it, and if he looked at the lab test, he'd see like a spike that he recognized that was from that specific plant. I remember you telling me that, Sam, and
Well, it
it just
wasn't the
goes
cannabinoids primarily, it was the terpenes.
the terpenes, of course. Yeah, well,
The
that would be
I,
what
LCM.
I
was
could
unique.
actually, if I knew one of the parents, you could hit with something else, and I could double blind, pick out which ones had skunk, which ones had haze as one of the parents. Really, really, really easy.
Yeah, well, it's strong genetics, man. Like I said, everything smelt like it in Amsterdam in '95, the year that I went. It was kind of like, holy fuck, like nobody's doing anything other than just crossing whatever they have with this thing, this beast, this fucking like utter and complete, like so strong. You could cross it with kind of so-so genetics and come out with something still amazing that people are like, yeah, I'm an amazing breeder. Look what I made. I took the skunk number one and I crossed my plant, and you put that in there and you've got an advantage for certain. That's all I'll say.
Well, listen, what I was going to say before I cut out, skunk, we know this because of the way that when Sam created it, he had this thing where the plants all came up kind of uniform when he was making these different hybrids. That's because those traits were dominant. Right. And so what he was seeing was dominance. And so when you take that plant with a dominant phenotype and you start crossing it into everything, it steps all over the other things, right? Which is why you see C99 that has all these skunk plants in there, is because it's really like a huge part of the genetic makeup. And, at the time, everybody was using these more like nobody's really breeding lines. So they were finding like different landrace stuff, but nobody was really breeding these stuff. And then David came along and had these more productive plants that were just like more uniform and more productive. And everybody was like, oh yeah, let's take this and cross it into everything. Right. Because again, the skunk always added that kind of uniformity and stability and like yield. So it made sense that everybody was taking it and using it to import their, or improve their stuff. But like Mojave said, I mean, it's kind of the Genghis Khan effect, right? And the skunk
It
traveled everywhere.
is, but it was so prolific. It made everything that like it just gave such decent. I'm quite certain Renee was absolutely a skunk cross with some type of haze, because when it was grown properly and you exhaled it, it had the perfume of a pure haze, but it smelt like skunky and like super just dank and
I'll tell
strong.
you the honest truth. I found that original haze, my sort of inbred version of it, that I was trying to maintain for future growers and breeders, uh, when it was crossed with almost any good other variety that was different, it would come out stronger than either parent. The the uh, the progeny of the original haze times whatever. Whereas with skunk, uh, I mean, it improved the consistency, it improved the yield, but I wouldn't say that it made other varieties as higher in THC, for example.
Hmm, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I
Well, yeah.
still think of to this
Yeah.
day your giant bag of haze crossed with haze seeds. I think about that bag of seeds like on the regular.
Yeah, I remember the first time I visited Sam's place. He was like, "Here, check this out," and he shows me like a kilo, a pound bud size bag, like a large Ziploc bag, like full of perfectly clean seeds. And I have bags of my own that are like that now, but back then I'd certainly never seen seen it like that, and it was just something amazing.
Yeah,
So
no,
yeah,
I
could
think
picture
I've
it.
easily produced several 100 million seeds. I know I sold uh, uh, maybe 200 million, but remember my
those
prices were cheap, so it didn't make me a multi-billionaire.
those barrels that you produced in that Eastern European country, I mean, you had tonnage of skunk seed at that point in time.
Just blue barrels filled to
Yeah,
the
I
top.
had so many of them that I actually pressed them to make hemp seed oil to use for my cosmetic line.
You did. You did your fucking chapstick with that, dude. That is insane that people don't even know that other than the people you've told that stories to. And I don't think anyone realizes what he just said. Okay? What he just said was that he took like his proper skunk seeds, like good skunk seeds that would grow nice skunk plants, not hemp seeds that you buy for a fraction. But that speaks to how cheap you've always sold seeds to as well. But he made hemp seed oil from those seeds. He pressed the oil out of those embryos and collected it, and then had had chapsticks and stuff made.
And shampoo and
Yeah,
body shampoo and et cetera,
that's
et cetera.
nuts.
Yeah, and yeah, I still got some. Anybody comes to visit me, I'll give you some.
Yeah,
That is so insane if you actually think about that. That's like, I don't know why it's breaking my brain right now because I've known that for a couple of decades, but that is
What was the
insane.
name of that brand again, Dave, Sam? What did you
Cannabis.
name? Cannabis.
Cannabis.
That's such a good name.
Totally such a good
And
name.
my
I bet you
wife
someone.
did the drawing on the label. It was a
That's
Skunk
right.
#1 leaf.
Shout out to Diana in the chat. I'm sure she's still there. But yeah, much love.
Hey,
Such a
one
crucial
day,
played
one
in all
day,
of this.
I do think one day we'll have multi-use crops that come from, drug varieties, that there's no reason why fiber seed and drug shouldn't come from one plant. And how cool that'll be to know that like the hat, the clothes, the seed oil, all that was
When
actually
I
from.
when I was working with Dr. Boksa in Hungary, I had him grow Skunk #1 for me, and he tested the fiber content. It was higher than most of the hemp varieties, the northern registered hemp varieties. It had a higher fiber content.
Well, and
It's
the
one
seed yield
plant.
was way higher. Wasn't the seed yield way higher too, Sam?
Yes, he told me that the highest amount of seeds he ever got from a single plant was, I forget, 1 or 2,000 or 1,500 or whatever it was. And I, 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 I told him that I could easily get 35,000 seeds from a single plant of Skunk #1. And the reason is it was bred for branches and flowers. So
Right.
it was hard to beat.
Yeah.
35,000 seeds. That plant is like 10 feet tall or something.
We should talk about the
Probably
International
only
Hemp.
about 6 feet tall.
Okay.
We should
Go
talk
ahead,
about the
Ryan.
International Hemp Association. That's another thing that you and Rob created, and Dinah as well.
It's
was so
online.
epic.
If you type in International Hemp Association, uh, with the word hemp next to it, it'll pop right up. It's still hosted by Carl Olson, and it's got our first 12 journals, which were printed on pure hemp paper, and it's a peer-reviewed, peer peer scientific, peer-reviewed scientific organization dedicated to the advancement of cannabis through the dissemination of information. And it's pretty cool. You can see the stories. And then we had a second journal called the International Hemp Journal, and that wasn't on pure hemp paper because it was too expensive for us. And we made another 14 issues. We put out 2 issues for 7 years, and the first journal we had out for 6 years, so 12 journals. And yes,
Yeah, I'm proud to have a set of those original ones on hemp paper. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Just some context for people that are watching. This is at a time when prohibition was really intense all around the world, and there was no internet, there was no place to go to talk about cannabis or hemp. And Sam and Rob and with help with Diane and everyone else around, they created this international association that was really about hemp information, and they had seed availability. So if
Yeah,
some
we would send anybody a collection of 10 or 15 different varieties of industrial hemp so they could trial them legally in their own countries. And we sent them with phytosanitary inspection and with legal import and export licenses. And so we tried to spread cannabis hemp production worldwide.
Well, and you figured out the systems. You were really the first person to just not just send some seeds in the mail. I mean, you literally figured out the systems like phytosanitary certification and how to do the import-export paperwork. And I mean, you really were a visionary when it came to that stuff. And you provided for a home for so many people to learn about it. And also at the same time, you and Rob became the hub for cannabis information, right?
Yeah,
Like any
we also supplied an hemp information kit where you could get samples of hemp plastics, hemp rope, hemp. I mean, it was about 25, 35 different items made out of hemp, uh, including shampoos and various things. And it, it was pretty cool. Our favorite people to send it to were like high school teachers who could show it to their classes.
Yeah. People don't understand. That's what used to make me so mad when I'd read all this stupid stuff on the internet, people dragging your name through the mud. Nobody knew how much you did for the plant. There's nobody on the planet that did the same amount of stuff for the plant that you and Rob did. I mean, there's nobody.
Yeah, it's the most hypocritical trolling ever. Like you couldn't
Yeah.
be more wrong.
Yeah.
I had a very serious love for the cannabis and a serious distaste for the police and military organizations worldwide who try to suppress it.
Yeah. So to end up being labeled the man was such just a mistake. So, and again, it's like I said earlier,
Some people
like,
called me a DEA agent, but some of them gave me a little bit more respect and called me a CIA agent. So,
Yeah.
again,
Even in
it goes to show that the narrative of what people understand is almost always not the real story, right?
it really
And
does. You got to be careful with the mainstream, with the main story that whatever the main story that's being created, the main narrative, it's just almost anyone that's ever been in the news, often how wrong they get it. If it's a good story, it's one thing, but if it's a bad story, they like, oh, like when I was busted or whatever, I was in the papers and I just read the article and I was like, whoa, like they got a lot of things wrong here. And I'm like, I wonder how much is wrong in like all the other stories that are in the newspaper. And I'm wondering if they're doing it accidentally.
It's been reported that I was convicted of cannabis crimes. I've never been convicted of a cannabis crime. It's just not true.
Yeah, but that is the basis of the whole, like, well, how did he get in trouble and not get in trouble? Like, so that's like the whole story of you being an agent or whatever, that story, the foundation is in that lie. That's where it started.
yeah, I've been
It actually started by Neville Schoenmaker in Cannabis Castle. He was annoyed at me because he had promised me he wouldn't reproduce my varieties. And I told him, you can use any of my varieties and make hybrids with other varieties. But he wanted to knock off skunk seeds and sell them and knock off original haze and sell them. And yeah, I never forgave him and I told him so. And he never forgave me being honest to him.
Yeah. Well, he just
He
wanted to free your work for the revolution, right?
No, he wanted to free it for his pocketbook.
That's true. That's
Well,
very
and
true.
I think that's the general point, is that in the seed industry, the vast majority of the rumors and whatever, I mean, like I said, 98% of the people don't do the work. They're just buying and reselling shit. And with that have to come stories that make them seem relevant. And that's the basis of the vast majority of everything. And And the real people will just show up with the jar of weed and show you, here's what it is. You want to see what Albert Walker is? Here's a jar of it. We don't even have to, go any further than that. But that's not really what the game is anymore. The game is now to just, post a bunch of bullshit on Instagram and convince people that you're telling the truth. And
I never
I
had
don't
an
think that was any
Instagram
different
account.
back then. It just in
I
a different.
never had an Instagram account. So, yeah, whatever.
What's that?
I never had an Instagram account.
No, I
Oh
see you on
yeah. I
LinkedIn,
mean,
though.
that's just how it's done today. And back then, it was spreading rumors. It's just the same playbook, right? They've got some bullshit they want to sell, and they'll tell any story to sell it.
And we've had some master storytellers in this industry, right? Like we really have. But
Dude,
it does really do
unbelievable.
a good it does a real disservice to the plant, put it that way.
It does seem weird that when you do something, I don't know, maybe Wade will have to teach us the ways, because it does seem weird, like when you do the good work, or at least what you consider the good work, that you get, like for me, I just wanted to like teach people how to make hash. I'd just been in trouble with Hillary in the club, and I was like, I'll make these bags. And all of a sudden I was like this thief that stole the bags from Mila for like a decade plus. I took a beating. And I spent a lot of time in Amsterdam in those years, and just took a beating. The narrative, it was like, well, the story is that he stole them from Mila. And it took a long time to kind of like, I had to stay true and congruent and consistent to get to a point where I wasn't being looked at like I was a
Well,
thief that stole
let's
the
be
bags.
honest, Marcus. I mean, Mila, in a way, stole the idea from Eldon, who was
Oh,
my old friend
completely.
for
Yeah,
decades.
he
I
did.
mean,
She did.
I
Not
knew him
kind
in
of.
1965.
She learned it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know Eldon? Eldon is the only person I ever gave a Legends of Hashish ticket to, because I was very it was always about, you have to pay for your own ticket. I'm paying for my own ticket. Everyone's paying for their ticket. Skunkman Sam paid for his ticket.
I paid
It's
for
like,
my tickets.
I paid
so
for
the only ticket I ever gave away was to Eldon, when he told me that story that he was supposed to get 10% of the isolator company, and he never made $1. I was just like, you didn't even get paid $1? I was like, dude, I'm buying your Legends of Hash tickets from now on. It's the least I can do. Like,
I will never forget that night at the Milky Way when we were standing there and you were talking. I think it was Eldon that you were talking with, wasn't it? And Mila and you were on Dutch television. Do you want to tell the story?
oh, that wasn't even Dutch television. It was Russian television, I believe.
Oh,
And because my buddy from Brooklyn, Jan, the Hasidic Jewish dude, he was the only fucking dude in the Milkveg that spoke Russian, because that they were like Russians' version of 60 Minutes, right? It was a
right.
big TV production. They had big cameras and they were cruising around. So the only reason that they stopped and talked to us was because my homie spoke Russian, right? So he was speaking to them, and then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bit of an
Just the setup.
experience.
You were making hash. Mark was doing
I-
a demonstration. He'd got
I
some
was making
flour
hash, exactly. I'm making some hash, and
Yeah,
it's in the
showing how the
corner of the
bubble
milk
bags work.
bag. Yeah, showing them how the bubble bags work, while my buddy is like in Russian, just explaining everything at the speed of light to these guys. Like, they couldn't have gotten a better dude, articulate speaker in English. I don't know what he was saying in Russian, but they seemed to be paying attention. And yeah, there was like a kerfuffle while I'm doing that, and Jan's talking to the Russian dudes. And this is when Mark Rose got punched in the throat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then him and Mila were arguing out in the corner, because they were, of course, business partners. It was Mark Rose who came up with the name Isolator while looking at Reinhard Delp's machine. I learned this from spending a lot of money on discovery and investigations, because I was in a patent lawsuit with Reinhard Delp. He was suing me for breaching his patent, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? And then I learned that the bubble bags, the isolator bags, were absolutely came from his invention. And he had privately signed a contract with Mila to protect it. So it was 97 Cannabis Cup. He showed her this machine.
she was like, wow, this is cool. Well, it was like, I don't know, only Mila would know how many days it was, but it was very short after she got it that Eldon and Mark Rose were over at her apartment, and she was showing it to them. And Eldon was just like nonchalant, oh, 2 nylon bags in a 5-gallon bucket with screen bottoms, and you got the same thing. Like, just spouted that off in a sentence. That's how the isolator and the bubble
But you
bags, for that
forgot to
matter.
mention, Marcus, that
Yeah.
the isolator machine by Mr. Delft
Yes.
cost thousands of dollars.
Absolutely. It was called the ice cold extractor, and it was like a conical shaped. It was different than the bags in a big way. Eldon changed the game in an instant because Reinhardt had set it up to extract the gland heads based on their maturity, not their micron size. So they would all fall into a triangle. They would drop in, and then he had a little dial on that machine, and it was glass, and you could see the color variations and differences in the maturity of the trichomes, but they weren't all micron sizes. Eldon adding just the 2 bags, like a 200 and a 70, and then me and Mark Rose coming along afterwards and adding the other 6 or 7 bags, it totally altered how we experience the resin, because Reinhardt's method was very, very different. And I would implore anyone that's out there to play around with that if you can, play around with the idea of not always isolating your trichomes based on their micron diameter, which was just the pathway that we happened to take. And it was a cool pathway, don't get me wrong. But experiment and play around. And if you can get a little funnel with a little valve on it and a glass one, and you mix everything up and it falls through your one's false screen, your 200 or whatever, and then all the heads just start falling based on their maturity more than their micron diameter, because he doesn't
density.
isolate them out. It's their density, but also maturity in the sense, which ones break off first? Do you know what I'm saying? Which ones do you have to wash for a while before they release? And, because if you've obviously taken light trim or even flour and just done like what Johnny B calls his first bounce, where you just give it the lightest bounce. Well, that's all the most mature heads, or maybe not mature heads, the most ready to drop heads, the ones that are at the point of abscission, that they are just ready to go. They're the most ready to go. I have always said mature, but maybe that's not the best terminology for what I'm trying to get across. But it's a different experience. And Johnny B became completely obsessed with the fresh bounce. After teaching him how to kind of dry sift and clean it up, that was back in 2014, if you can imagine, John, when you came to my house with the farmer's grade sift. And I was like, let's clean that up. And I carded it. I did the old carding method for like 40 minutes and dropped that on a screen and a bong, and it was boiling like lava, just bubbling and brewing. And John and I laughed so hard. That video is still up on the internet. Or was that me and Darren? No, that was you and me. That was you and me. We were laughing our bloody asses off.
December of 2012, after I came back from High Times Cannabis Cup. We met on the plane. We talked the whole way on the plane coming back from the flight. We talked the whole way, didn't even know each other. And at that time, we were like, how come we never met each other? And I had saw you behind when you had your bags, you were taking your machines out in those bags, you had your long hair. That's when I first met you.
Where was the Cannabis Cup at that time? Was it the PAX Party House?
Yeah.
I don't think so. This was late. No, because 2012 was one of the last cups. And so that would have been at it would have been, no, was it? I think it was at the
one
Milk
out
Veg.
of town.
It was the one across the bridge at the Milk Veg, I think. Or upstairs or something. I can't remember now exactly.
Okay.
It was no, it might have been the one out of town, the big building.
Yeah,
Where
and
was
the
that
party
one?
was at the Milky Way.
Because remember the mayor flipped out that year and
Yeah,
busted
absolutely.
the cup?
I remember.
Yeah. So I was Mila got arrested that year, actually. I was the first one to be searched. Me and Doug from HempWorks. I shared a booth with HempWorks every year, after sharing a booth with Ruhr and Martin. But yeah, I was the first one to get. I'll never forget because
I'll tell you another story. When Mila got busted, I'm
Yeah.
the one who gave her the bud and the shake she got busted with.
oh shit. Damn, dude. Well, it happened next to me too, because Doug was the same way.
I remember Doug's buddy from America showing up with this giant 5 gallon, like one of those ones you have to push the button and you can pop the top off. They have little ones, but you can't get the top off if you don't push the little button down. It's air sealed and it's a 5 gallon version. This guy's got like a couple of pounds in there. He's tripping on acid, and I see him stash it behind Doug's booth. Literally 40 minutes later, all this the tax people in the yellow jackets, because they were the ones really that people were like, no, be afraid of those tax. Doug was like, I don't give a fuck about the police, but those guys in the yellow jackets,
No, they were
don't say
looking
the wrong
for
thing to them.
non-legal workers.
Correct. They were looking for people making sales and stuff. So I luckily was with Doug, and he's got his whole, tax system all set up in Holland from working there for so many years. So my sales were all legal. But they started with me. He was next to me while I was getting searched, and he was cracking jokes and he was being loose and goosey, and he was like, fuck, he knew he had nothing, right? And he was all excited, and then they kind of left, and then they went over to his booth, and he came over to me. He's like, dude, this is like one of the rarest times. I have nothing. They're not going to find anything. And I was just like, oh, dude, I got some bad news for you. And he's like, what's that? He's like, well, your buddy from Colorado that's like tripping on acid or whatever? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I saw him put like a couple of pounds of weed behind your booth. And he was just like all the color out of his face flushed. And I remember when the cop found it, because I was actually smoking my hash. He was like, you can smoke your hash. Don't worry. They're not here for your hash. So I was just chain smoking hash while all this was happening. This big Dutch cop goes behind the booth. They find it. They know it. They know what they've got, and they're trying to open it. And this cop is like, he's pulling the lid like within about an inch of getting it off, and his arm's shaking and it's all flexed out, and then it would just go kabap and like snap back onto the bucket. And Doug was just sitting there with this look on his face, and he looks over to me and he's like, I'm not fucking telling him how to open it. I don't give a fuck. I almost pissed my pants, dude. He ended up in court for real, like 2 or 3 years, like over 2 or 3 years. He could tell the story better from his side, but I just, what a
When
bummer.
that happened, I was watching what it was going on, and with all the other booths and stuff, and I kept seeing people, everybody, because I was going around telling everybody, hide your stash, and
Smart.
they were putting it underneath the trash cans that were on the public path inside the building, and the cops never looked underneath the trash cans.
They didn't look in every spot for sure. They searched booths. I had quite a bit of hash on me as well, so I went and stashed that right away and just brought the personal amount, the 4 grams that I could have or whatever it was. But I also had someone give me MDMA, and I don't usually ever really have that, but I had that as well. So I went into the bathroom and stashed all my shit in the roof. I like lifted up the thing and put it in the roof and then dropped it back down. Dutch bathrooms are awesome because they're actually sealed right to the roof. Like it's not like someone's going to see you doing that. You're in a room with a door closed. And so that's what I did. And oh yeah, no, they were making everyone throw their stash out as they were leaving the building, and the garbage cans were actually full of stash. And when the cops all left, I watched quite a few people go and harvest all that shit out of those garbage cans, because it wasn't like ruined. It was still in the bags. It was just like in a garbage can. And there was like, fuck, I would say at least a kilo or a few kilos or something in people's, single gram, like 5 and 10 gram stashes.
So funny.
It's insane. Good old memories of the Cannabis Cup, eh?
Yeah, I mean, dude, so much stuff happened to those early cups that like I won't even say on this show, but I remember being there with a friend, and they stayed at this really lovely hotel.
I knew the story you were going to tell. I already know it, and I knew it before you even said it. I was like, this is going to be the fucking tire story for sure.
I won't mention names, but there's this really lovely hotel with like flowers all around and like a nice white carpet, across this very grand entrance. And this dude walks in covered in tattoos, rolling a tire, like a spare tire, and taking it up to somebody's room.
Forget about it wasn't just the tattoos. It was everything else, bro. It was his hair. It was the fucking, he stood out in Amsterdam as a huge freak.
Forget about just
Yeah.
that hotel. He could have been in the red light district and he would have stood out as a huge freak. Forget, but he was at a nice hotel rolling a tire.
Across the white carpet. Right?
You never
Oh
know
my
when you're going to need a tire.
Yeah. Well, the
Yeah,
worst
it
part
gets
of the
worse.
story was the next morning when there was black smoke flying around the suite that they were staying in because they were cutting into the tire with a Dremel tool or something like that.
Yeah, a spinning
And
saw.
yeah,
It
and then
was
they
shooting out up against the walls and drapes. It was bad, dude.
and the brilliant people behind the scheme, they emptied it and left the tire and went to the Cannabis Cup.
And destroyed the
And
room.
obviously, when the cleaners came into the room, they found the tire and wondered why there was this cut tire with all this black smoke flying around. And yeah, man,
No, it was a
these
lot. It was expensive and it ruined a lot of stuff. And I was walking with those very people like a couple of nights later with Aryan from the greenhouse.
yeah.
And they were telling him the story, and he just looked at them. He's like, "Why wouldn't you have just called me? I have
Call me
I
use
have the
my
machine.
garage.
I have the
Yeah.
machine that can remove the tire from the." They were just like, "Oh my God, dude, that was so crazy."
Funny
You know
times.
what they say, drugs do the darndest things.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing about Amsterdam back in the day. Like that was one of 50 situations that were happening in different hotels on the
Oh,
same
at
night.
least, at least. That's the
Yeah.
awesome thing. There was madness going on everywhere.
Those were magical times. They really were. It was a different world then. Funny as hell.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to be a part of it for sure. There's nostalgia there, and I'm sure there'll be a new version for young people to experience as the city of Amsterdam is for sure always a trip. It was just a good time for our community and our industry to be in Amsterdam in that late 80s throughout the 90s. That was and the 2000 to 2010 or 2012 or whatever was pretty wild.
Yeah. We got the first cup winner here with us.
Yep. What was that, 89 or
80, I think it was 88. I
88?
won the first Cannabis Cup, correct.
Was that
And
was
then
that
the
the
next
medicine?
year, Ed Rosenthal and Neville fixed the contest. And yeah, so I never entered it again.
Was that the medicines clone that won?
Yes, it was.
Interesting. Sam has a registered variety of a skunk one selection that's a cultivar that he selected after thousands and thousands of plants that he registered as a medical variety. And it's called Medsins, Medsins. That's the registered name of the cultivar. So, but it's a skunk one selection, and it
We
won the
just
first
happened to
cup.
win the
now.
first Cannabis Cup.
It
Hilarious.
was the first drug variety registered under UPOB plant
world.
breeders' rights.
In the world, yeah.
How would you describe the smell, flavor of that clone?
It was fairly sweet. It wasn't really skunky because I had already sweetened it up. And I didn't do it by adding other varieties. I did it within the gene pool of skunk number one. I just made selections for about a decade in California. And then when I moved over here, I did a huge pheno hunt with 20,000. And what was funny was I selected out the 10 best boys and the 10 best girls from that 20,000 plants. And a few years later, I did I used what do you how do you say it Ryan Epithon?
Oh, Ethicon, yeah. Ethicon.
Yeah, I
The-
used that to transform my favorite male skunk number one, transform it into a female. And I was fucking shocked and surprised. It was much sweeter than any of the girls.
You also took those
You ever
10 boys
grow
and
seed?
girls.
Did you ever grow seeds or able to make seeds from a male reversal plant?
Oh yeah, sure, easy.
And
Yeah.
so what did you find results from, you reverse a male plant and then you cross it with a male?
Well, it depends what kind of uh pollen source you're using, but it's 25% X. What is it, Ryan?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to publish on that, so don't want to say too much, but I will tell you get 25% females out of the deal. If you self-cross a male, you get 25% females back.
Yes, and the rest
But they're
are
only from the genetics of the male plant.
yes, correct.
So, but
Right.
those 10,
So has anybody found anything cool in that or not?
Well,
Well,
what I
it's
used it
cool.
for was if you have a bunch of males and you don't know which male to use, I would transform my males into a female so that I could get the terpene and the cannabinoid profiles that I was looking for as a male.
Yeah, the problem with doing that though is that the ethicon influences the terpene profile. Like that's part of the expression system. So it's not it's a hint, but it's not really
Well,
what the female.
and especially you transform a male into a female, but it's a very masculine female phenotype. I mean, it doesn't have proper feminine form the way a female cannabis plant does.
On that 10 by 10 though, you took those 10 males and 10 females and made 100 families from them. Didn't you do that cross?
Correct.
That
And then the next year I grew another 20,000 and did a trial of the 100 families. Correct. So I grew 200 of each, 100 females and 100 males of each of the 100 families.
Yeah, and that's what you used to select the parental generation.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
what
the
let me
outcome.
know what produced the most consistent, what produced the most branchy, the most resin, the most easiest to clone, blah, 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 blah.
That kind of work is nobody does that. Like there's
No.
just
Yeah, I like how you blah 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 major research for years and years of major research. That's blah blah blah, just things that
Well,
What other
should be what's done with everything, but it wasn't easy back then because nowadays you can legally do that kind of work, but it's so expensive. Most people don't want to spend that much time and that many plants on a single breeding project.
yeah,
was
and you
there
can I
another
would argue.
was there another
Go ahead.
population of those 100 families that you liked a lot but didn't move forward for other reasons?
Well, no,
Absolutely.
I kept all 10 males and all 10 females. In the end, I only used about 5 of the males that I really liked the best, and the 10 females, I still had them for years and years and years and years. Most of those
You
I
called
had
them
for
those are the
what's
ones that
that?
you labeled those are the ones that you labeled the colors, right?
Yes, I labeled the 10 female selections just sample colors, so I didn't have to write labels and numbers. I could just put the color on it, and I knew what it was.
But the truth is though, Fletcher, that all of that stuff is still in a catalog. Like there's yellow crossed, was it 1.1 and then red and white went to a pharmaceutical company and like all the different lines had their own
Yeah,
destination.
exactly. Yes.
Oh yeah, I was just curious if any other lines had stood out to him for, some other reason.
Well, I had my personal favorites, and
That's what I was asking really.
yeah, and e- e- everything else was still really, really super high quality. But yeah, my personal favorite was Medicines, which was red, the female, and but my favorite male was either I forget 1.2 or 1.12, and yeah, but that's what I used to make, 100 million fucking skunk seeds.
I bought plenty of those seeds, I'm sure, in the early 2000s.
It's so
I
so funny.
changed my mind about the price. It's not 10 cents anymore. It's $10,000 each. So you owe me.
Right. Well, I paid somebody $100 a pack back then.
Well, that's
It was
because
that
I sold them only wholesale, and I would encourage people to sell them cheaply, less than $1. But people did what they wanted. Once I
For
sold
sure.
my seeds, I really didn't think or worry about them anymore because I was a wholesaler. I sold them. You had to buy a couple kilo minimum.
Yeah, you're the mine, seed mine.
yeah. It was such a special, smart setup too. I mean, that's why everybody was so jealous, is that you had the license to do the chemical research, and the government was really concerned about the chemicals in the resin and the diversion of that, but the seed was totally legal, and they didn't even they didn't even care about it even the slightest. So you
No,
had the
it was legal to grow the seed. It was legal to sell the seed, to pay my bank account, and blah blah blah. And I was able to sell them for less than 10 cents a pop, and still make a great profit.
and still provide the plant material that founded the first cannabis pharmaceutical company. I mean, like you had both sides of it going on. It was such a brilliant thing.
Yeah, it was well done for sure. I remember seeing him at the Cup one year, and he always had a giant fucking, at least one big giant Ziploc bag full of seeds in his little side pouch bag, but maybe a couple. And some guy was like,
I
"Hey,
used to go in the Million Man March and hand out free skunk #1 seeds to anybody who was standing watching the Million Man March in Amsterdam. And people, they were speaking Dutch, and my Dutch is pretty bad, but I could understand it good enough that I could hear them saying, these aren't really skunk #1 seeds. They're hennep seeds, hemp. And I would say to them, no, I developed skunk #1, and these are skunk #1 seeds.
do you remember that guy at the Cup one year following us around because Sam was dropping screens?
oh yeah,
He'd smoke a ball and then put the screen away or toss it
yep."
away. Some guy would come and pick up because there was remnants. Oh
Dude, those
man.
screens were probably like people laughed at that guy, but I was like, that guy is smoking better than anyone at the Cup right now except Sam.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. Fair enough.
What time is it?
Holy It's 1:38. We've been going for 4 hours and almost 40 minutes. It's been a
Beautiful.
long hash church. I know it's been a long one, man. Holy shit. I actually have a meeting in less than 22 minutes and I have to eat a little bit of food. I wasn't even really thinking about that, but thanks
Okay.
everyone for coming out today. Appreciate all the good folks and
2021, yeah. AI is coming. I just found this. I was looking at that, made me smile as I've been going through some things.
nice, nice. Well, I would just say thank you to everyone. Thanks, Wade, for showing up and sharing your time with us as always. We hope you're feeling good today and having a good day with Monica. And glad that you got out and saw those people and got recognized and will continue to get recognized. I'll put up your GoFundMe again in my description of Hash Church. So you guys that aren't able to meet Wade in person, you can still certainly support him. That would be amazing and awesome. From the Hash Church family to you, we thank you for that. And Skunkman Sam, thank you today for
I
just
want
being
to say one more thing.
please,
When we
please.
were at the Cannabis Cup event in the Pax Party House, and
Yeah.
Delft was there for the first time demonstrating his machine.
Mhm.
I brought over some of my water hash, and I said, "Here, try this." And he smoked it. He almost exploded, and then said, "This is too strong. I don't like it."
I believe it, man. That your shit was like, I wouldn't say it was too strong, but it was almost too strong for me, which is very like shocked me. It shocked me. So I could imagine how that would be like to like a regular person that just kind of
because
liked
he
weed or
had shared
whatever.
some of his water hash with me, and I laughed at it.
Was it water hash you shared with him or your dry sift?
Yeah, it was my water hash. I
Oh,
made water
okay.
hash just to show him how good water hash could be.
Could be nice. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, the screens are what cut on, not the separation of maturity or whatnot. So you can't keep the truth down sometimes. What people are gonna go with, that's what they're gonna go with. So surrender to the flow. Thanks, Johnny B, for coming and chatting with us on AI, and Mojave Richmond in the house again. Thank you so much. Dr. Mark, who's already left, thank you for showing up today. And thank you, Chimera, for coming in and sharing your deep breadth of knowledge with us and funny Cannabis Cup stories. And it was a pleasure to see you, Fletch. You're always nice to have in and share your perspective. I love how you ask Sam questions and you kind of get in there to unleash some of these just to unleash some of this information that is otherwise maybe never going to be unleashed. And the more we record of it, the better, in my opinion. Thank you to the people that watched Hash Church all day long. I see Robert is in the chat. Carol LEDs, fucking one of the best dudes ever. Miss that guy. And everyone else, Bingo Lombardi for holding chat down. Thank you so much. Next week will be the 15th episode of Hash Church 5.0. We're going strong. We're going to make I guess we're going to make 4 months here soon enough in a couple of weeks. So may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later, everyone. And I will bid you adieu for now. Peace out, everybody.
Peace.